Chapter 1943. The black-robed young man said, "I've been looking for him all day." Qin Feiyang waved his hand, interrupting the black-robed young man. "I don't want to hear the process, I only want the result." Fine, I'll tell you the result. I heard that this Gao Xiaolong was already invited out last night," the black-robed young man said. "Who invited him out?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "Young noble Feng," the black-robed young man said. "It really is him." Qin Feiyang's eyes glimmered. There was information about this young noble Feng in the old patriarch's memories. This person had a great background in the Nine Heavens Palace. His elder sister and elder brother were both geniuses in the Nine Heavens Palace. His parents were also Nine Heavens Palace's enforcement elders. Whether it was strength or status, they left others in the dust. However, the most terrifying person was his grandfather. According to the old patriarch's memories, this young noble Feng's grandfather was the Nine Heavens Palace's resource hall master. In other words, all the Nine Heavens Palace's resources were under his control. And the old patriarch used soul stones to bribe this young noble Feng to get rid of Gao Xiaolong. Moreover, the amount wasn't small, no less than 3,000 soul stones. Fire Lotus frowned, looking at Qin Feiyang. "Brother, this Gao Xiaolong, could it be?" Before Fire Lotus could finish, Gao Xiaowei shook her head. "No, my big brother is definitely fine. Miss Xiaowei, last night your big brother was invited out by young noble Feng. Now, a whole day has passed, do you think there's still hope?" Fire Lotus said. Gao Xiaowei lowered her head, tears flowed uncontrollably, her delicate body trembling. Qin Feiyang smiled. "We can't jump to conclusions too early, maybe there's an accident?" "Yes. Life is unpredictable, maybe there really is an accident." Gao Xiaowei's spirit rose, saying. Qin Feiyang felt a little helpless. These were just words to comfort Gao Xiaowei, she actually believed it? Looks like this woman is really naive. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, looking at the black-robed young man. "This young noble Feng, has he returned yet?" "I went to look for him, he hasn't returned yet." The black-robed young man shook his head. "He didn't come back?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback. An entire day had passed, and he still hadn't returned. Could there really be a turning point? Fire Lotus asked. "How strong is this Gongzi Feng?" The black-clothed youth said. "Gongzi Feng is also a high-level war god. Advanced war god, his cultivation is the same as Big Brother's. In that case, it won't be easy for him to kill Big Brother?" Gao Xiaowei hurriedly said. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. He really couldn't bear to break Gao Xiaowei's hopes. Although Gongzi Feng's cultivation was the same as Gao Xiaolong's, Gongzi Feng had a backer. In other words, Dao. Whether it was divine arts or divine artifacts, Gao Xiaolong and Gongzi Feng couldn't be compared. In short, this Gao Xiaolong was most likely dead. "Who?" Qin Feiyang let out a long sigh and looked at the black-clothed young man and the black-clothed man. "I want to ask you something else." "Tell us, as long as you let us go, we'll tell you everything." The two smiled flatteringly. Qin Feiyang asked, "Do you know a person called Qin Batian?" "Qin Batian?" The black-clothed young man and the black-clothed man looked at each other and suspicion crept into their eyes. "You don't know?" Qin Feiyang frowned. The black-clothed young man quickly waved his hand and said, No, we've heard of this person, but why are you asking about him? Anyone would be curious about such a legendary figure." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "That's true. This Qin Batian is indeed a legendary figure. It's said that when he entered the Nine Heavens Palace, he only took a few hundred years to break through to the monarch god realm and become the blazing sun of the Nine Heavens Palace. Later, he became an elder, disciplinary elder, palace master, and I heard that he even became the vice palace master of our Nine Heavens Palace." The black-clothed young man said with envy in his eyes. "What? Vice palace master?" Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus looked at each other. "Of course, this is only a rumor. It's been too long, and we disciples don't know if it's true or not," the black-clothed young man said. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously. Then why did this Qin Batian disappear? There are many different theories about his disappearance, and we don't know either. The two shook their heads. Ancestor, where are you? Qin Feiyang looked at the sky and muttered to himself. His face was filled with disappointment and frustration. A few moments later, Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and looked at the black-clothed young man. What's your name? Wang Daochuan. The black-clothed young man said. Wang Daochuan. Qin Feiyang murmured as a cold light flashed in his eyes. Two strands of law energy entered the black-clothed young man and Gao Xiaolong's forehead. Ah! Accompanied by two blood-curdling screams, their souls were annihilated, and they died on the spot. Why did you kill them? They are disciples of the Nine Heavens Palace. Gao Shaohui looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. How dare they scheme against me? Not to mention disciples of the Nine Heavens Palace, even if they are elders of the Nine Heavens Palace, I will make them pay the price. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and grabbed the two's cosmos pouches. The barriers shattered with a loud bang, and the power of rules swarmed over. The two's corpses were directly smashed into pieces, turning into a bloody mist. Looking at this scene, Gao Shaohui couldn't help but shudder. The Nine Heavens Palace's position in the northern region was unshakable. And the disciples of the Nine Heavens Palace were like emperors in the outside world. No one dared to offend them. But this man in front of her killed them without mercy. And he killed two of them at once. This was too terrifying. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the two and said, I have to enter the Nine Heavens Palace and find out where this young noble is. How are you going to enter? Gao Shaohui was stunned and hurriedly asked. Isn't that simple? Just disguise yourself as Wang Daochuan. Qin Feiyang smiled. Gao Shaohui was stunned. Fire Lotus smiled and said, No wonder you specifically asked for his name. So you already have a plan in mind. Qin Feiyang laughed. Gao Shaohui looked at the two and looked at Qin Feiyang emotionally. She bowed and said, You have helped us brother and sister so much. I really have no way to repay you. Help you? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Didn't you say that entering the Nine Heavens Palace is to investigate the whereabouts of young noble? Since it's to investigate young noble, it's naturally to help us. Don't deny it. Thank you very much, Gao Shaohui said gratefully. Ha! Qin Feiyang laughed dryly and said, It's also to help you guys. Of course, it's also to help myself. Help yourself? Gao Shaohui was stunned. Qin Feiyang said, There are some things that you're better off not knowing. Okay, I won't ask. But can I ask, what are your and Sister Fire Lotus's names? After knowing each other for so long, I still don't know your names. Gao Shaohui smiled. Names? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly and said, My name is Jiang Haotian. My sister is called Jiang Fire Lotus. Gao Shaohui nodded. Jiang Haotian, how long has it been since I used this name? Qin Feiyang sighed inwardly. The past emerged like a tide. Thinking back to the spiritual state, the name Jiang Haotian was also famous. Shaking his head, Qin Feiyang took out a phantom pill and changed his appearance. Then, he took out a set of black robes from Wang Daochuan's Qiankun bag and put them on neatly. On the clothes, there was a flame pattern. Immediately after, Qin Feiyang sent the two Qiankun bags to the ancient castle. Then, with a flash, he appeared in the sky above the mountain range outside. The waning moon was in the void. In the dead of night, the giant mountain that led to the Ninth Heaven Palace was like a giant beast standing on the ground. Qin Feiyang looked up at the top of the mountain with a determined light in his eyes. He murmured, Even if it's a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, I must find out the reason for the disappearance of my ancestor. Whoosh! Taking a deep breath, Qin Feiyang turned into a stream of light and flew towards the top of the mountain. The top of the mountain in the dark night was dead silent. Beside the sky stairway, the white-haired old man was still sitting in his original position like a stone statue, not moving at all. Qin Feiyang landed on the top of the mountain. He didn't disturb the white-haired old man, nor was he nervous at all. He calmly passed by the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man didn't stop him. Finally, Qin Feiyang stood at the bottom of the sky stairway, looked up, and stepped onto the first step. But just as his foot landed, the stone stairs under his feet suddenly shook and released a dazzling light. Qin Feiyang was surprised. What was going on? Swish! At the same time, the white-haired old man next to him also opened his eyes. His eyes weren't cloudy at all, and they were extremely sharp, like two sharp blades. Oh no! Qin Feiyang didn't even need to look back to know that the white-haired old man had opened his eyes. He made a prompt decision. Without any hesitation, he directly entered the Black Tortoise world, then controlled the Black Tortoise world and flew away without looking back. The white-haired old man suddenly stood up, and his divine will spread out in all directions. Gradually, a look of surprise appeared on his old face. There was no one. There was no spatial divine item. What was going on? Did he disappear into thin air? Back to Qin Feiyang. At this moment, he was already drenched in cold sweat. But more than that, he was puzzled. Why did the sky stairway react? Beside him, Fire Lotus and Gao Shaohui also looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Wasn't he going to Jiutian Palace? Why did he come back and flee in a panic? After Qin Feiyang left the Black Tortoise world, the image disappeared, so they still didn't know what had happened outside. After fleeing for tens of thousands of miles, Qin Feiyang stopped and turned to look at Gao Shaohui. Did your brother tell you about the sky stairway before? No. Gao Shaohui shook her head and asked. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang immediately explained the situation briefly. There's such a thing? The two women were surprised. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. According to my guess, the sky stairway is definitely not an ordinary stone stairway. Huolian said. Do you mean that the stairway of heaven gave a warning because it saw through your disguise? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded, looking a little annoyed. I should have directly read Wang Dachuan's memories just now. Literature Museum. Chapter 1944. That's not that important. Anyway, you used Wang Dachuan's identity just now. Your own identity wasn't exposed. Fire Lotus smiled. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled bitterly. Seems like it's impossible to sneak into Nine Heaven Palace without being noticed. Last year, I heard from Big Brother that Nine Heaven Palace will be recruiting disciples this year. Big Brother even asked me to try. Why don't we participate in the assessment together? Gao Shaohui said. Recruiting disciples. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and asked. Do you know the exact time? I don't know. According to Big Brother, only the higher-ups of Nine Heaven Palace will announce it to the public. But such a big matter, as long as it's announced, we won't need to ask around. Gao Shaohui said. So troublesome. Qin Feiyang rubbed his head and smiled helplessly. Alright then, let's go to Sky Dragon City first. What kind of place is Sky Dragon City? Fire Lotus asked suspiciously. According to the old patriarch's memory, the mountain range we're in now is called Sky Dragon Mountain Range. And this is the hinterland of Sky Dragon Mountain Range. Sky Dragon City is just outside Sky Dragon Mountain Range, Qin Feiyang said. Huolian nodded her head in realization. Wait. I actually forgot about someone. Qin Feiyang was about to leave with the Black Tortoise world, but he suddenly slapped his head and said in annoyance. Who? Fire Lotus and Gao Shaohui looked at him in confusion. Old Patriarch. This person can contact Gongzi Feng. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and brought the two girls to the desert. Below, the old patriarch squatted in the barrier formed by the rule force, his face full of despair and frustration. However, his qi had been repaired. Looking at the old patriarch, Gao Shaohui was stunned for a moment before hatred appeared in her eyes. She said angrily, Big Brother Jiang, why didn't you kill him? This person is still useful, Qin Feiyang said. At the same time, the old patriarch also heard Gao Shaohui's voice and raised his head to look at the three of them. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Qin Feiyang didn't say anything. He took out the old patriarch's interspatial ring and found an image crystal. This image crystal belonged to the old patriarch. Immediately after, Qin Feiyang stepped into the barrier and passed the image crystal to the old patriarch. He said, "Contact Gongzi phone." "Contact Gongzi phone?" The old patriarch was taken aback. "Forget it. You should just become a puppet." Qin Feiyang impatiently waved his hand and activated the puppet technique. The old patriarch's gaze immediately turned sluggish. "Send a message to the young master." Qin Feiyang spoke again. "Yes." This time, the old chief became obedient and obeyed. He immediately grabbed the image crystal and quickly recovered. "Sister Fire Lotus, what's going on? Why does it feel like the old patriarch has changed into a different person?" Gao Shaohui sized up the old patriarch. Her eyes were filled with surprise. This puppet technique can not only read the other party's memories, but it can also turn the other party into a puppet at your command. Fire Lotus smiled faintly. "So terrifying?" Gao Shaohui's gaze trembled. Time passed bit by bit. Finally, a purple figure appeared. Qin Feiyang also retreated to the side at the same time. He raised his head and sized up the figure. This was a young man in purple. He was about 1.78 meters tall. His facial features were handsome and his figure was straight like a pine tree. His long hair was tied together, and he wore a purple crown. He exuded an extraordinary temperament. At this time, the young man was standing at the edge of a cliff at the peak of a mountain. His hands were behind his back, and there was a sense of arrogance between his brows. "Greetings, Lord." The old patriarch bowed. "It's you? Why are you looking for me?" Gongzi Feng raised his eyebrows. The old patriarch smiled flatteringly. "This lowly one wants to ask, how did you deal with Gao Xiaolong?" Hearing this, young Master Feng's face was filled with impatience. He waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, this young master will definitely deal with him." Gao Shaohui was shocked. "Listening to what you said, it seems like Big Brother is still alive?" Fire Lotus quickly made a shushing gesture to Gao Shaohui. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered as he secretly controlled the old patriarch. He looked at young Master Feng and asked in surprise, "Lord, what do you mean by that? Gao Xiaolong is still alive?" "No." Young Master Feng's impatient expression had a trace of anger. "What's going on? Didn't Lord say that dealing with a small Gao Xiaolong is as easy as flipping your hand?" The old patriarch said. "I already said that this young master will deal with him." "Aren't you annoying?" Young Master Feng shouted. Yes. With Lord's identity and status, dealing with a small Gao Xiaolong is not a problem." The old patriarch nodded repeatedly. "Isn't that right?" However, this Gao Xiaolong really exceeded this young master's expectations. Young Master Feng said. "What do you mean?" The old patriarch was suspicious. This young master invited him out last night to deal with him in one fell swoop, but he actually guessed that this young master wanted to harm him. Before this young master could make a move, he escaped. Young Master Feng said angrily. "Then, have you found him yet?" the old patriarch asked. "Not yet." Young Master Feng shook his head. "No." The old patriarch was stunned, and he hurriedly said, "Lord, you can't let him return alive. Don't worry, he will never be able to return. Because he entered the Sky Dragon Sea." Young Master Feng sneered. "That's good." The old patriarch nodded and sighed in relief. "All right, after dealing with him, this young master will contact you. Don't send me any messages in the future. If my old man knows that this young master is doing this kind of thing, he will definitely not forgive this young master." Young Master Feng said. "Okay." The old patriarch respectfully replied. Soon after, young Master Feng's shadow disappeared. "Let's go to the Sky Dragon Sea." Qin Feiyang also immediately confiscated the old patriarch's image crystal, controlled the Black Tortoise realm, and broke through the sky. Fire Lotus asked doubtfully, "Where is the Sky Dragon Sea?" Qin Feiyang said, The sea at the end of the Sky Dragon mountain range is the Sky Dragon Sea, and it is also the largest forbidden area in the northern region. The largest forbidden area? Fire Lotus was shocked. That's right, in the old patriarch's memories, there is information related to the Sky Dragon Sea. The Sky Dragon Sea is boundless, and there are countless sea beasts. And the most terrifying thing is that in the Sky Dragon Sea, there is no way to open the altar, nor is there any way to send messages to the outside world. Qin Feiyang said. Unable to send messages? Then how did young Master Feng send us a message? Fire Lotus asked. Qin Feiyang said. Then there is only one explanation: he did not enter the Sky Dragon Sea. He should be somewhere near the coast. If he doesn't enter the Sky Dragon Sea, how is he going to find Gao Xiaolong? Fire Lotus was puzzled. Qin Feiyang was helpless, lightly knocking Fire Lotus's head, saying, Are you stupid? With his identity and background, doesn't he have a few lackeys under him? Fire Lotus rubbed her head, thinking for a moment, then smiled embarrassedly. That's true, Gao Xiaowei suddenly spoke. Big Brother Jiang, there's something I can't figure out. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Gao Xiaowei, seeing her frown, confusion written all over her face. What is it? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Gao Xiaowei said, Young Master Feng's background is so big, ordinary things won't enter his eyes. How did the Gua family bribe him? 3,000 soul stones. Qin Feiyang said. Gao Xiaowei was stunned for a moment, then said solemnly, 3,000 soul stones, this Gua family is really generous. Wait a minute. It's still not right. Gao Xiaowei shook her head again, pondering for a moment before saying, Big Brother Jiang, Sister Fire Lotus, think about it. 3,000 soul stones is indeed not a small amount to us, but this young Master Feng's family members are all famous figures in the Nine Heavens Palace. Would he lack this little bit of soul stones? And? Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus looked at each other, both frowning. Fire Lotus said, I think what Xiaowei said makes sense. It's my negligence. This young Master Feng's grandfather is the Resource Hall's Hall Master, controlling the entire Nine Heavens Palace's resources. Not to mention 3,000 soul stones, even 30,000 soul stones wouldn't be a problem for him. There must be a reason behind this. Qin Feiyang said. Did the old patriarch give young Master Feng other things? Fire Lotus asked. Qin Feiyang said. I can confirm this. No, only 3,000 soul stones. Then that's strange. Fire Lotus was suspicious. It seems like we can only get the answer from young Master Feng's mouth, Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. While the three of them were talking, the Sky Dragon Sea entered the screen. In the dark night, the Sky Dragon Sea didn't look any different from the Sky Dragon mountain range. A gentle breeze blew, waves splashed. It was very peaceful. Only a few sea beasts would occasionally rush out of the sea, letting out roars. It was hard to imagine that such a peaceful sea was the northern domain's biggest forbidden area. Pay attention, Qin Feiyang reminded, his gaze sweeping over the screen, not letting go of any place. Earlier, when they were communicating with young Master Feng, he was standing at the edge of a cliff. Perhaps he was on one of the nearby peaks. Since it was related to Gao Xiaolong's safety, Gao Xiaowei didn't dare to be negligent, carefully searching every corner. They were getting closer to the shore of the Sky Dragon Sea. Literature Hall. Chapter 1945. Finally, Fire Lotus seemed to have discovered something as she looked at a certain spot on the left side of the screen in surprise. There was a mountain peak that was about 1,000 feet tall. The peak of the mountain was covered with rocks and weeds. And on one of the rocks, there seemed to be a black figure standing. The distance was too far, and she couldn't see clearly. Could he be Gongzi Feng? Noticing Fire Lotus's abnormality, Gao Xiaowei also looked over with a trace of suspicion in her eyes. Why don't we go and take a look? Qin Feiyang smiled and controlled the black tortoise realm to fly towards the peak of the mountain. Soon, the black tortoise realm entered the sky above the peak of the mountain. The three of them took a closer look. If it wasn't Gongzi Feng, who else could it be? He was wearing a gorgeous purple robe that fluttered in the wind. He was like a son of God, showing off his extraordinary temperament. But at this moment, his entire body was emitting a gloomy aura. It seems that not killing Gao Xiaolong has made him very angry, Fire Lotus whispered. Humph! For the sake of soul stones, he killed the innocent. One look and I can tell that he isn't a good person. Gao Shaohui snorted. Qin Feiyang glanced at Gao Shaohui and said indifferently, Actually, don't make it sound so bad. If it was your Gao family, you would also exterminate the Gua family. I won't, Gao Shaohui said angrily. You won't, but your family will. Your brother Gao Xiaolong will too. Actually, everyone is the same. We all want to survive, but the methods are different, Qin Feiyang said. Gao Shaohui fell silent. She couldn't find a reason to refute this point. Fire Lotus glanced at Gao Shaohui and looked at Qin Feiyang. Let's not talk about this first. Now that we have found Gong Zifeng, what should we do next? Wait, Qin Feiyang said. Late at night, in the sky above the heavenly dragon sea, two black figures flashed through the sky and landed on the peak of the mountain. They were two muscular men in black. They looked middle-aged and were more than 9 meters tall. Their upper bodies were bare and muscular, filled with a valiant aura. The aura they exuded was also extremely strong. They were two perfect war gods. However, there was no flame symbol of the 9 Heavens Palace on their clothes. Obviously, they were not disciples of 9 Heavens Palace. Young Master. The two of them landed on the mountain peak and bowed respectfully to young Master Feng. Yes. Gong Zifeng nodded. He looked at the two of them and asked, Have you found him? The two of them nodded. One of the muscular men waved his hand, and a young man covered in blood immediately appeared at Gong Zifeng's feet. Big brother! Gao Shaohui shouted, her eyes filled with anger. That's right. The young man was none other than Gao Xiaolong. But at this moment, Gao Xiaolong's eyes were closed. Not only was his body covered in cuts and bruises, but one of his arms was also shattered. There was a bloody hole in his lower abdomen, and even his skull had been split open, causing blood to gush out. As for his life force, it was so weak that it was almost undetectable. Looks like there's no need to enter the Sea of Heavenly Dragons, Qin Feiyang murmured. Outside, when Gong Zifeng saw Gao Xiaolong, a trace of viciousness crept into his eyes, and he ruthlessly kicked Gao Xiaolong in the chest as he sneered. Bastard, I'll let you escape! But Gao Xiaolong was lying motionless on the ground, already unconscious. Gao Shaohui looked at Qin Feiyang and begged. Big brother Jiang, I beg you, please save my big brother, or he will really die. Qin Feiyang remained silent. Gao Shaohui's heart was burning with anxiety, and she looked at Fire Lotus. Don't worry. Fire Lotus comforted her softly. Outside, Gong Zifeng glanced at Gao Xiaolong, then looked at the two muscular men and asked, Did anyone see him? The Sea of Heavenly Dragons was right beside the 9 Heavens Palace, thus there were many 9 Heavens Palace disciples training in the Sea of Heavenly Dragons. No. The two of them shook their heads. Very good. Gong Zifeng nodded, and a cold light flickered in his eyes as he ordered. Kill him and destroy the evidence. Yes. The two of them responded respectfully, and prepared to make a move on Gao Xiaolong. But at this moment, Gao Xiaolong, who was lying in front of them, disappeared without a trace. Where is he? The three of them were bewildered, and they immediately released their divine sense to cover the surroundings. The two muscular men looked at each other. There was actually no one. Damn it, who is it? Gong Zifeng was furious. He didn't expect that there would be someone else hiding here. Swish! Suddenly, a black-robed young man appeared beside the three of them. Gong Zifeng and the two muscular men immediately looked at the black-robed young man, and killing intent surged in their eyes. The three of you, don't be angry, I don't mean any harm. The black-robed young man waved his hand and smiled. Gong Zifeng asked solemnly, Are you the one who saved Gao Xiaolong? Yes. The black-robed young man nodded. Who are you? Such a big dog egg, how dare you interfere with this Gongzi's matter? Gongzi Feng shouted gloomily. I am Wang Dachuan. The black-robed young man smiled faintly. That's right. This person was Qin Feiyang. However, in order to not expose his true face, he came out to meet Gongzi Feng with the identity of Wang Dachuan. Wang Dachuan. Gongzi Feng sized up Qin Feiyang, and when he saw the flame pattern on Qin Feiyang's clothes, he frowned and said, You are also a disciple of the Nine Heavens Palace, don't you know my identity? Of course I know. The grandson of the Resource Hall Master, the son of the 2 law enforcement elders, and your big brother and big sister are also monstrous existences. This identity is not ordinary. Qin Feiyang laughed. Gongzi Feng shouted, Then you still dare to go against this Gongzi? No, no, no. I am not going against you. On the contrary, I am here to help you. Qin Feiyang laughed. Help me? Gongzi Feng raised his brows. Gongzi, this person's intentions are unclear, please be careful. The 2 muscular men stood in front of Gongzi Feng and transmitted their voices with vigilance. Gongzi Feng's eyes flickered as he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Then I am really curious, what do you want to help me with? Qin Feiyang laughed and said, You have such a powerful family background, yet you are still doing such a murderous thing outside. I think you must have some hidden troubles. Gongzi Feng clenched his fist when he heard this, and the hostility between his brows intensified. Qin Feiyang said, Based on my guess, it should be related to your family, right? You are investigating me? Gongzi Feng said coldly. No, no, no. I have never investigated you, it is purely a guess. Actually, I don't know the real reason either. But you can tell me, maybe I can really help you. Qin Feiyang laughed. With a mere low-level martial god like you? Gongzi Feng's face was filled with disdain. Even an ant can move an elephant, Qin Feiyang said. Gongzi Feng frowned and asked, Then tell me, why do you want to help me? I don't believe that there is such a kind-hearted person in this world. Of course, I have conditions. First, let Gao Xiaolong go. Second, I want to ask about a person. Qin Feiyang said. I have already taken the Gua family's soul stone. If you ask me to let Gao Xiaolong go, aren't you asking me to break my promise? Gongzi Feng said angrily. We are all sensible people, don't say break your promise. Moreover, even if you don't care, what can a mere Gua family do to you? Qin Feiyang laughed. Ha ha. Gongzi Feng laughed and said, You are quite an interesting person. Then the second one, who do you want to ask about? Qin Batian. Qin Feiyang said. What? You want to ask about Qin Batian? Gongzi Feng was shocked. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. What is your relationship with Qin Batian? Gongzi Feng looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Nothing much, I am just curious. Qin Feiyang smiled. Gongzi Feng sneered. Do you think I will believe your nonsense? It doesn't matter if you believe it or not, in short, it won't do you any harm, right? Qin Feiyang said. That's true. Gongzi Feng nodded and pondered for a while, then shook his head and said, This Qin Batian, I have heard rumors about him, but I don't know much about him. Maybe my grandfather knows more about him. Qin Feiyang said. Then I will have to trouble you to help me ask around. You are looking for the wrong person. If you ask my brothers and sisters, there might be hope, but I. Gongzi Feng shook his head and laughed at himself. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered and he said, So your relationship with your grandfather is not that good? Yes. Although on the surface I have a powerful background, but in reality my life is worse than a dog's. Otherwise I wouldn't be willing to be an executioner for a mere 3,000 soul stones. Gongzi Feng sighed. I would like to hear the details. Qin Feiyang cupped his fists and said. Gongzi Feng fell silent. After a long time, he sneered. We are not that close. I can spare Gao Xiaolong's life, but you must make him keep his mouth shut. If this matter is leaked, not only will he die, but you will also die. Seeing that Gongzi Feng did not answer directly, Qin Feiyang was a little disappointed. He nodded and smiled. All right, Don't send any messages to the old patriarch. He is in my hands now. Let's go. Gong Zifeng looked deeply at Qin Feiyang, then waved his hand and left with the two strong men. Qin Feiyang also entered the Black Tortoise world. Wang Daochuan. Gong Zifeng frowned along the way. Gongzi, why didn't you kill him? Seeing that they were about to reach the Nine Heavens Palace, the two strong men couldn't help but ask Gong Zifeng. He was able to save Gao Xiaolong in front of us without us noticing. Do you think he's a simple person? Gong Zifeng raged. One of the strong men said, He's just an ordinary disciple of the Nine Heavens Palace. It shouldn't be that simple. When this Gongzi returns, I will investigate this person's background. You guys should return to the Sky Dragon City and hide. Wait for my orders. If this person can really help me, it might not be a bad thing. Gong Zifeng said, and a light flickered in his eyes. Yes. The two burly men responded respectfully, then opened an altar and left without looking back. Gong Zifeng turned into a streak of light and flew towards the stairway. Black Tortoise World Qin Feiyang had been following behind Gong Zifeng and the other two, so he heard their conversation clearly. Gao Xiaohui stood at the side, taking care of Gao Xiaolong with tears in her eyes. Fire Lotus retracted her gaze and smiled. Qin Dage, it seems like there's something fishy about this Gong Zifeng. I don't care about his matters. I just want to use all my connections to find out the reason behind the ancestors' disappearance. Qin Feiyang said. This time, he entered the ancient world to increase his strength and seek justice for the inner demons. On the other hand, he wanted to find the ancestor. Therefore, he would do anything. Looking at Gong Zifeng, he drove the Black Tortoise world and followed the two strong men to the Sky Dragon City. Chapter 1946. Outside the Sky Dragon mountain range, there was a vast plain. And on the plain, there was a huge city. The city covered an area of 1,000 li majestic buildings towered from the ground to the sky, exuding a magnificent aura. This was the Sky Dragon City. The Sky Dragon City had 4 city gates. Every city gate was heavily guarded, and the pedestrians who came and went had to be interrogated. The security was quite tight. Furthermore, a lifelike heavenly dragon was engraved on top of the city gates. Every stroke of the dragon contained an astonishing charm. Outside the city, in a dense forest, 2 burly figures appeared out of thin air. It was the 2 burly men. The Black Tortoise world also appeared with them. But because the Black Tortoise world was hidden in the void, the 2 burly men didn't know. Qin Feiyang monitored the 2 burly men and said to Fire Lotus, Bring the siblings to the courtyard below and check on Gao Xiaolong's injuries. I'll follow them. Okay. Fire Lotus nodded. Gao Xiaohui immediately carried Gao Xiaolong and flew down behind Fire Lotus. Watching the 3 enter the courtyard, Qin Feiyang's face revealed a trace of a smile. Actually, he saved Gao Xiaolong for peace of mind. After all, the Gao family was exterminated because of him. And now, he successfully saved Gao Xiaolong, so he didn't let his conscience down. Outside, the 2 burly men walked straight to the city gate. Qin Feiyang had been following behind the 2 of them. Looking at their backs, there was a helpless expression on his face. These 2 men were perfect war gods. Their souls were extremely powerful. Unless they were willing, it was impossible to use the enslavement seal and puppetry art to control them. Puppetry art aside, let's talk about the enslavement seal. For a long time, the enslavement seal had been successful. But now, it was useless. This made Qin Feiyang somewhat sullen. When they reached the city gate, the 2 burly men entered the city without looking back after they were interrogated. Qin Feiyang also easily sneaked into the city. The city was bustling with noise and excitement. On both sides of the street, there were many restaurants of various sizes. However, they were all of average quality. The 2 burly men did not go deep into the city. After walking for several hundred meters, they entered a very simple and unremarkable restaurant. There were only 5 floors in the restaurant. Other than the hall on the first floor, the 4 floors above were all rooms for accommodation. There were only a dozen or so tables in the hall, and only 2 or 3 tables were occupied. It was very quiet. "Sirs, you're back." A waiter from the restaurant greeted the 2 burly men with a smile. Clearly, these 2 people were already regulars here. "Yes. Send up 2 jars of wine and a few side dishes later." One of the burly men laughed. "All right." The waiter nodded and ran to the kitchen to make the arrangements. The 2 burly men followed him up to the 3rd floor, entered a room, and closed the door tightly. "After running around for an entire day, I'm exhausted." One of them collapsed on the bed and said tiredly. "That's right. The most important thing is that we finally found Gao Xiaolong, but he was rescued again." The other person sat at the table and poured a cup of tea. He shook his head as he drank. The burly man on the bed sat up and said with a frown, "Do you think young master was too careless this time?" "What do you mean?" The other person was startled. He put down the teacup and asked suspiciously, "That Wang Dachuan is only an initial martial immortal, but he said he could help young master. No matter how I look at it, I feel like he's just fooling us." The burly man said, "You can't say it like that. This person's strength is indeed nothing special. However, since he dares to stand in front of us and say such words, it means that he has confidence. Moreover, there's a good saying, you can't judge a book by its cover. Don't underestimate anyone," the person sitting at the table said with a smile. He picked up the teacup and continued to drink. The burly man sitting on the bed pondered for a while and nodded. "That's true. However, our young master is really pitiful. Sure, you can't say such things carelessly." The burly man's expression changed and he hurriedly whispered, "What are you afraid of? There's only the 2 of us here. Who can hear us? Although our young master is an illegitimate child and is a little arrogant, he usually works very hard. He's also very polite to us subordinates. How can such a good young man be treated like this by his parents and grandfather? It's too unfair." The burly man got down from the bed and walked to the table and complained with dissatisfaction. "There's no such thing as fairness in this world. Don't say any more. Be careful that the walls have ears. After all, this matter isn't very glorious. If it were to spread, who knows how many people would laugh at young master." The burly man drinking tea shook his head and sighed. "Illegitimate child. Black tortoise world." Hearing the conversation between the 2, Qin Feiyang finally understood what was going on and didn't continue to listen. Because as long as he knew about this matter, he would be able to understand everything else. He's also a pitiful person, ah. Entering the small wooden house, Qin Feiyang looked at Gao Xiaolong lying on the floor in the main hall and asked, "How's his situation?" "His qi is shattered, his sea of knowledge is shattered, his internal organs are almost all shattered, plus he lost a lot of blood. His situation is not optimistic," Fire Lotus said. "What about his soul?" Qin Feiyang asked. Fire Lotus said, "His soul is fine, but his divine sense has been overused. Big brother Jiang, I beg you, please save my big brother." Gao Shaohui looked at Qin Feiyang pitifully with tear-stained eyes. Her universe bag was destroyed, and she didn't even have a single pellet on her. She could only watch helplessly. On Gao Xiaolong's body, there was no universe bag or universe ring. Obviously, it was either taken away by the 2 burly men. Either that, or it was destroyed during the fight with the 2 burly men. Qin Feiyang looked at Gao Shaohui, then at Gao Xiaolong, and took out his universe ring. There were a lot of pellets inside the old patriarch's universe ring. After searching for a while, he finally found a spirit sea pellet, soul essence pellet, healing pellet, regeneration pellet, and bone replenishing pellet. "Thank you, big brother Jiang." Gao Shaohui received the pellets and squatted on the floor, putting them into Gao Xiaolong's mouth one by one. Fire Lotus also stood up and looked at Qin Feiyang, asking, "How is it?" Qin Feiyang said, "This Gongzi Feng is an illegitimate child." "Illegitimate child?" Fire Lotus was stunned for a moment, then said in realization, "No wonder he did this behind his family's back. From the 2 burly men's words, it's not hard to tell that this Gongzi Feng is a good person. I think he was forced to do this because he had no other choice." After all, an illegitimate child is not well liked, Qin Feiyang said. Now I'm starting to sympathize with him. Fire Lotus smiled. Sympathize? Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, saying, In this world, there are pitiful people everywhere. If you sympathize with all of them, how can you handle it? But this person can be used by me. You want to subdue him? Fire Lotus was stunned and asked. Subdue? How would I have the mood to train him? Moreover, I don't have any plans to recruit him now. The two of us are just mutually beneficial. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, Those fellows in the castle were already enough to give him a headache. No matter how many soul stones he had, it wouldn't be enough. Isn't that asking for trouble? Next. Qin Feiyang didn't say anything else, lowering his head and muttering to himself. Huolian looked at him curiously for a while and said with a smile, Are you thinking about something sneaky again? Qin Feiyang's face darkened, lightly knocking Fire Lotus's head, speechless. What are you thinking about all day? Fire Lotus rubbed her head, pursing her lips. Qin Feiyang transmitted. I'm thinking, can the Black Tortoise world sneak into Nine Heaven Palace without anyone knowing? You still want to sneak in? Fire Lotus said in a daze. Qin Feiyang thought. The assessment is really troublesome, and what I hate the most is trouble. I think it's better not to take the risk. Let's not talk about whether the Sky Stairway will notice the Black Tortoise world. Even if you use the Black Tortoise world to sneak into Nine Heaven Palace, it's not convenient to ask for information. Because you don't dare to go out. Once you go out, your whereabouts will be exposed. You might even attract the attention of the higher-ups of Nine Heaven Palace. So I think it's better to take the assessment and enter Nine Heaven Palace openly. Fire Lotus said. Qin Feiyang thought about it and felt that it made sense. If he really attracted the attention of the higher-ups of Nine Heaven Palace, it would be more difficult to ask for information in the future. So, it's better not to alert the enemy. All right then, keep an eye on her and don't let her run around. I'm going to cultivate in the castle. When Gao Xiaolong wakes up, inform me immediately. Qin Feiyang transmitted. In. Fire Lotus replied in silence. Inside the castle, on the ground, there was a big pile of universe pouches, as well as iron and jade boxes. These were all looted from the Gua clan's treasure vault. However, no one tidied them up? Qin Feiyang looked at Willow Tree and the others. These guys were cultivating in seclusion. Even the white-eyed wolf, who had always been greedy for money, was indifferent. A change in personality? Qin Feiyang felt helpless. He thought that everyone had already cleaned up, but he didn't expect them to still be piled up on the ground. It seemed like he could only wait for Dan Wankai to deal with it. But he didn't know how much Dan Wankai had comprehended to become a god. Phew! Qin Feiyang exhaled and walked to the front of the altar. He grabbed a universe pouch and checked it. His face was full of helplessness. This universe pouch was specially used to store soul stones. In the past few days he had obtained a lot of soul stones, but now, there were only a few dozen left. It was not enough at all. Qin Feiyang shook his head and took out the remaining dozens of soul stones. He sat down cross-legged and began to refine them. However, although there weren't many soul stones left, everyone's cultivation had improved a lot. Everyone was working hard to become a war god. Including the white-eyed wolf, Qin Rishuang, Willow Tree Yuang, and Lei Bao. And the Blood Qilin, who was already a war god, was trying his best to become a war god. Chapter 1947. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed outside. Inside the ancient castle, a whole year had passed. Qin Feiyang had already refined those soul stones, and he had to rely on himself to slowly condense his divine sense. Originally, he wanted to continue his seclusion, but Gao Xiaolong woke up. Inside the main hall, Gao Xiaolong sat on the chair in front of the tea table, looking around. A trace of weakness could be seen between his brows. He was awake, but his injuries had not fully healed. Gao Xiaowei sat beside him, taking care of him meticulously. As for Huolian, she sat quietly at the side. Shua! Qin Feiyang appeared in the main hall out of thin air. Gao Xiaolong immediately stood up, cupping his fists. I presume this brother is Jiang Haotian? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded, sitting on the main seat, smiling. Sit down and talk. Gao Xiaolong returned to his seat, his face full of gratitude. Xiaowei has already told me everything, thank you, brother Jiang. You're welcome. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, smiling. What do you plan to do next? Gao Xiaolong clenched his fists, speaking solemnly. Of course, I'm going to find the Gua family to take revenge. You're indeed a hot-blooded man, I can lend you a hand. Qin Feiyang laughed heartily. Help me? Gao Xiaolong was stunned, asking suspiciously. Brother Jiang, don't blame this little brother for thinking too much. We're not related in any way, why would you help us? Helping you is not without conditions. Qin Feiyang smiled. What conditions? Gao Xiaolong asked. Qin Feiyang said. I need to enter the Nine Heavens Palace. Enter the Nine Heavens Palace? Gao Xiaolong was stunned, frowning. With Brother Jiang's ability, entering the Nine Heavens Palace shouldn't be a difficult matter, right? Qin Feiyang laughed. That's hard to say, what if there's an accident? Moreover, I'm afraid of trouble, so I need someone to take care of it. I understand. Gao Xiaolong nodded. Brother Gao is indeed an understanding person. Qin Feiyang smiled. I'm ashamed. Gao Xiaolong waved his hands and smiled wryly. To tell you the truth, I'm just an ordinary disciple in the Nine Heavens Palace. Even if I wanted to help you, I wouldn't be able to do much. I can only think of a way to give you some information so that you can prepare in advance. That's enough. Qin Feiyang smiled and said. Oh right, is there any mystery hidden in the heaven stairway leading to the Nine Heavens Palace? Brother Jiang, why do you ask? Gao Xiaolong was suspicious. I won't hide it from Brother Gao. I once disguised myself and tried to sneak into Nine Heaven Palace. However, the moment I stepped onto the first step of the stairway to heaven, the stairway to heaven sent out a warning. Qin Feiyang said. Ugh! Gao Xiaolong was dumbfounded and speechless. Brother Jiang, your guts are really big, ah. Since ancient times, you are the first person who dared to sneak into the Nine Heavens Palace like this. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. Gao Xiaolong's gaze swept over the courtyard outside, asking in a low voice, Brother Jiang, is it convenient to talk here? Qin Feiyang said. Don't worry, there's no place safer than here. Gao Xiaolong sighed in relief and whispered, I won't hide it from Brother Jiang. There is indeed a mystery hidden in the stairway to heaven. What mystery? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Fire Lotus and Gao Xiaowei also looked at Gao Xiaolong curiously. Gao Xiaolong said, The stairway to heaven is actually a divine artifact. Divine artifact. Qin Feiyang muttered. Gao Xiaowei was surprised and asked, Brother, what grade is the stairway to heaven? I don't know. I'm not the only one who doesn't know. Other than a few big shots in the Nine Heavens Palace, no one else knows. However, there are rumors that the reason why our Nine Heavens Palace can stand tall in the northern region is because of the stairway to heaven. Gao Xiaolong said. This? Qin Feiyang was shocked. If the rumors were true, then the stairway to heaven was definitely a heaven-defying divine artifact. No one knows how strong the stairway to heaven is. But there is one thing that all the disciples of the Nine Heavens Palace know. That is, it can distinguish between the real and the fake. Thus, no matter how you hide, as long as you step on the stairway to heaven, your true self will be revealed. Gao Xiaolong smiled. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang was enlightened. Gao Xiaolong continued. Moreover, the stairway to heaven has another ability, which is to distinguish the disciples of the Nine Heavens Palace. How? Gao Xiaowei was suspicious. Every disciple that enters the Nine Heavens Palace has to refine a drop of blood essence and merge it with the stairway to heaven. This drop of blood essence is equivalent to a medium. The stairway to heaven uses the drop of blood essence to determine whether someone is a disciple of the Nine Heavens Palace. Moreover, the entire Nine Heavens Palace is covered by a layer of divine force, and the stairway to heaven is the only entrance. Moreover, you can't fly above the stairway to heaven. You can only walk up step by step. Thus, it's impossible to sneak into the Nine Heavens Palace. Gao Xiaolong said. You can't fly? Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. The Nine Heavens Palace's defenses were really terrifying. Fire Lotus said. So, the only way to enter the Nine Heavens Palace is to take part in the test? That's right. Gao Xiaolong nodded. What kind of test is it? Qin Feiyang asked. The test is different every time, so I can't tell you anything. However, there is one thing that is the same every time, and that is, it's cruel and bloody. Gao Xiaolong said solemnly, and the expression in his eyes was solemn. How cruel? How bloody? Gao Xiaowei was curious. It's hard for you to imagine. Let me tell you this. Every time the Nine Heavens Palace recruits disciples, there are at least several 100,000 participants, but in the end, the number of survivors doesn't exceed 1,000. Gao Xiaolong said. What? Gao Xiaowei stood up, and her face was filled with shock. Several 100,000 participants, but in the end, less than 1,000 survived? What kind of concept was this? It was too scary. Actually, the Nine Heavens Palace isn't as beautiful as you think. Although you can get a lot of resources after entering the Nine Heavens Palace, the cruelty inside is even scarier than the test. If you're not careful, you'll lose your life. Gao Xiaolong sighed. Qin Feiyang smiled. This is normal, it's the same everywhere. Gao Xiaolong was stunned for a second, then he smiled. Brother Jiang can still maintain such a calm expression. Looks like you've seen the world. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, and with a thought, an old figure appeared in the hall. It's him. Gao Xiaolong stood up, and hatred filled his eyes. That's right. The person who suddenly appeared was the old patriarch. Don't worry, he's now my puppet. Qin Feiyang smiled. Gao Xiaolong nodded in realization and sighed in relief. Qin Feiyang said, I'll let him accompany you to the Gua family. With him helping you, there shouldn't be any problems. Let the old patriarch kill the Gua family's people. Gao Xiaolong was stunned for a second, then he laughed loudly. Brother Jiang, this move of yours is really good, but I like it. Qin Feiyang smiled. As for the old patriarch, after you've taken your revenge, don't let him come back. Gao Xiaolong looked at Qin Feiyang in astonishment. Qin Feiyang said, Brother Gao doesn't understand what I'm saying. I understand, of course I understand. Gao Xiaolong quivered and quickly nodded, then he said, But he's a perfect combat god, wouldn't it be a pity to kill him? So what if he's a perfect combat god? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Hearing this, Gao Xiaolong's heart was in turmoil. Even a perfect combat god was so disdainful. Where did this person come from? At the same time, Qin Feiyang drove the Black Tortoise World out of the restaurant, then found a secluded place and sent Gao Xiaolong, Gao Xiaowei, and the old patriarch out. In this way, only Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus were left in the main hall. Fire Lotus smiled. Qin Dage, I thought you'd personally deal with Guizixiong? People who want to achieve great things don't have to do everything personally, they have to plan and plan. Not to mention, he's just a jumping clown, there's no need for me to personally deal with him. Qin Feiyang laughed. So narcissistic. Fire Lotus grumbled. But you have to hurry up and settle your matter. Qin Feiyang said again. What matter do I have? Fire Lotus asked suspiciously. Departed spirit barrier breaking pellet. Now that we have the departed spirit flower, we're still missing the Yin soul wood, death god fruit, and 9 yang lightning fire. When the sun rises, let's go to the city and see if we can find these 3 things? Qin Feiyang said. Thank you, Qin Dage, you're really a good person. Fire Lotus looked gratefully at Qin Feiyang. Haha. Qin Feiyang laughed. Perhaps only in this woman's eyes, he was a good person. Sky Dragon City in the morning was very quiet. A man and a woman were walking slowly on a street. They looked around with curiosity in their eyes. It was Qin Fei Yang and Fire Lotus. Fire Lotus was still wearing a mask as usual. Although her face could not be seen, her tall and sexy figure attracted strange gazes. Qin Fei Yang was no longer in disguise. He was wearing a pure white robe. His figure was tall and straight, and his long hair was draped over his shoulders. There was a faint smile on his face, and he gave off a warm and amiable feeling. As the sun rose, the streets gradually became lively. "Brother, may I ask, is there any place to trade in Sky Dragon City?" Qin Fei Yang caught a middle-aged man in a hurry and asked with a smile. "Place to trade?" The middle-aged man sized up Qin Fei Yang and Fire Lotus and said, "Is this your first time in Sky Dragon City? Brother, you have good eyes. We siblings are new here and know nothing about Sky Dragon City, so I hope you can give us some pointers." Qin Fei Yang smiled. "I don't dare to give you pointers. In Sky Dragon City, there is only one place to trade, and that is the Treasure Pavilion. If you need anything, you can go to the Treasure Pavilion." "How do I get to the Treasure Pavilion?" Qin Fei Yang asked. "Follow this road and walk for about 500 miles. When you reach there, you can ask anyone and you will know the location of the Treasure Pavilion," the middle-aged man said. "Thank you." Qin Fei Yang cupped his hands and smiled. "No need." The middle-aged man waved his hand and hurriedly left. 500 miles should be the center of Sky Dragon City. Let's go there quickly. Qin Fei Yang smiled and led Fire Lotus down the road. 500 miles, for a mortal, even if they didn't stop and rest, it would still take a few days. But for Qin Fei Yang and Fire Lotus, this distance was nothing. Soon, they entered the center of the city. The center of the city was even more lively and prosperous. The restaurants were also extremely grand and luxurious. Qin Fei Yang asked someone and soon stopped in front of a huge building. It was an ancient hall with a total of 10 floors. The door was grand and imposing. There were guards on both sides, and the 2 guards were perfect war gods. There was an endless stream of people going in and out. On top of the door, there were 2 large words that looked like dragons flying and phoenixes dancing, emitting an intimidating aura. Treasure Pavilion! Chapter 1948. It's really impressive. Even the guards are perfect war gods. Fire Lotus transmitted her voice. Yes. The backer of this Treasure Pavilion is definitely not simple, Qin Fei Yang secretly said. The 2 walked side by side towards the door. But suddenly, Qin Fei Yang's body stiffened. He stopped and turned his head to scan the pedestrians on the street. "What's wrong?" Fire Lotus secretly asked. Qin Fei Yang transmitted his voice. "I feel a familiar aura." "Familiar aura?" Fire Lotus was stunned. She suspiciously looked around and secretly asked, "Could it be Dong Xingyang and the others?" "No." Qin Fei Yang shook his head. Suddenly, his gaze was locked on a spot more than 10 meters away. There was a hint of surprise on his face. There stood a young man. He looked about 18 or 19 years old. His height was also more than 1.8 meters. He wore a fiery red robe. His long hair was also red like fire. Looking at him, his entire person was like a ball of fire. The man in the fire robe stood in the crowd. He was also silently looking at the door of the Treasure Pavilion. "Who is he?" Fire Lotus followed Qin Fei Yang's gaze and secretly asked. "I've never seen him before. But I don't know why, but he gives me a sense of déjà vu, and although his aura is somewhat familiar, it also gives me a sense of strangeness," Qin Fei Yang secretly said. Suddenly, the man in the fire robe seemed to have sensed something and also looked towards Qin Fei Yang. That pair of eyes also seemed to be condensed by flames. It gave people a faint burning feeling. "What's going on?" Qin Fei Yang raised his eyebrows. The moment he looked at the man in the fire robe, an indescribable throbbing appeared in his heart. Where have I seen him before? However, the flame-robed man didn't reveal any emotion to Qin Fei Yang. He was very cold. He only glanced at him for a moment before withdrawing his gaze and walking into the treasure pavilion. Fire Lotus watched the man enter the treasure house and asked in a low voice, "Could it be an illusion?" "It shouldn't be." Qin Feiyang shook his head. His eyes flashed as he strode into the treasure pavilion. Fire Lotus followed closely beside him. The first floor of the treasure pavilion was dazzling with gold and jade, and the space was extremely large. Transparent counters were neatly arranged, and various iron and jade boxes were placed within them. These metal and jade boxes were of different sizes. They were all made from the best materials, and the workmanship was very exquisite. There was no doubt about it. The contents of these boxes were definitely the items that the treasure pavilion was going to sell. Although these boxes were all tightly shut, it was impossible to see what was inside. But beside each box, there was a label. It recorded the relevant information about the box. For example, the label beside one of the jade boxes said, "Flying Dragon Sword Technique, Low-Grade God Technique, 100,000 God Crystals." There was also a label beside one of the metal boxes that said, 10,000-Year Blood Ginseng, 1,000 God Crystals. And on the other side of the counter, there was a long metal box. The label beside it said, Raging Flame Blade, Low-Grade God Weapon, 100,000 God Crystals. In short, every item here had a clear price. Qin Feiyang led Fire Lotus, curiously looking at the labels on the counter while paying attention to the flame-robed man. The flame-robed man looked here and there, as if he was strolling aimlessly. Fire Lotus said, "Qin Dage, look at these low-grade god weapons and low-grade god techniques. Why are they all so cheap?" Every low-grade deity art and low-grade deity artifact only cost 100,000 deity crystals. One had to know. These divine items would be priceless treasures in the great Qin Empire and the Forgotten Continent. But here, they were being sold in public. And they were so cheap. Qin Feiyang laughed inwardly. After all, this is the ancient world. Such low-grade god weapons and god techniques are worthless. What about these herbs? Look at the red flame glass tree recorded here, and it's even 10,000 years old, and it's only 500 god crystals? And the 10,000-year blood ginseng I saw just now, it's only 1,000 god crystals. Fire Lotus said. The things here are indeed unimaginably cheap. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. For example, the 10,000-year blood ginseng and the red flame glass tree were all priceless precious herbs in the great Qin Empire and the Forgotten Continent. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang looked at a jade box, and the label beside it said, Universe Ring, 10 million God Crystals. What? Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. Fire Lotus was also dumbfounded. A universe ring actually cost 10 million God crystals? Oh my God! Was this a joke? The value of a universe ring was 100 times that of a low-grade divine artifact? No wonder even the Gao family and the Gua family, which had perfected war gods, had so few universe rings. Fire Lotus! Qin Feiyang murmured. What? Fire Lotus looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang glanced at the green universe ring on Fire Lotus's finger and said in a low voice, Can you give this universe ring back to me? Thinking that he had given away 10 million God crystals, he couldn't help but feel pained. Fire Lotus was slightly dazed, and immediately protected the universe ring and snorted. Don't even think about it. Qin Feiyang smiled wryly and thought, I'm just kidding. But you'd better put away the universe ring first and not attract too much attention. The universe ring was a symbol of status. Okay. Fire Lotus looked around, and when no one was looking, she secretly took off the universe ring and put it in her pocket. Fire Lotus, that person is going to the second floor. Let's follow him. Qin Feiyang suddenly grabbed Fire Lotus and walked towards the staircase on the second floor. The man in the red robe had already gone up the stairs. On the second floor, it was also a spacious hall. Rows of transparent counters were arranged neatly. Inside the counters, there were also iron and jade boxes of various sizes. And just like on the first floor, every item had a price tag. Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus went up to the second floor. Compared to the crowded and noisy first floor, the second floor was much quieter. Qin Feiyang glanced around the hall. There were about 1,000 people in the hall. There were still a lot of people, but not everyone was making a ruckus. Soon, Qin Feiyang saw the man in the red robe in front of a counter not far away on the left. Just like before, he was looking around, giving people the impression that he was really here to have fun. Qin Dage, do you have to care so much about someone you don't know? Fire Lotus frowned and said. Qin Feiyang was startled, then smiled wryly and said, You're right, I'm too stubborn. Why did he come to the treasure pavilion this time? To collect the soul wood, the god of death fruit, and the 9 suns thunder fire. But now, he had forgotten the purpose of this trip because of a stranger. How embarrassing. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and looked around separately with Fire Lotus. The items on the second floor were a level higher in quality and value than those on the first floor. The items on the first floor were basically the lowest level divine arts and divine weapons, as well as some ordinary herbs. But the items on the second floor were all middle-grade divine weapons and divine arts. The medicine rooms, such as the spiritual infant fruit, fortune fruit, mysterious Yin grass, and so on, were also common. However, after searching the entire hall, he still couldn't find the soul wood, the 9 suns thunder fire, and the god of death fruit. Moreover, not only the undead barrier-breaking pellets ingredients were missing, the divine soul pellet, divine force pellet, divine life pellet, heavenly dust divine pellet, for symbols limitless pellet, and dragon soul primordial spirit pellet were also missing. Qin Dage, come here! Fire Lotus's voice suddenly sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang looked around and saw Fire Lotus standing in front of a counter in an inconspicuous corner, waving at him. Did she find it? As soon as Qin Feiyang thought of this, he hastily strode over. Fire Lotus pointed at a jade box on the counter and said with a smile, This thing should be very helpful to you. Qin Feiyang looked down. The jade box was the size of a palm, dim and covered in a layer of dust. It's still gray? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The fact that there was dust meant that no one had touched this jade box for a long time. And even the staff of the treasure pavilion didn't care much about it, otherwise they would have cleaned it every now and then. What good things could there be in a jade box that even the staff didn't care about? Qin Feiyang was a little suspicious. But why did Fire Lotus say that the things inside would be very helpful to him? Qin Feiyang looked at the label next to the jade box suspiciously. The label was also covered in a layer of dust. However, when he saw the contents of the label, he immediately froze, his eyes full of disbelief. Chaos Divine Art, a legendary secret art, has a heaven-defying power, allowing the original body and the inner demons to become one, doubling the strength. This secret art is indeed extraordinary, but in this world, no one can cultivate it. What a pity! A sigh suddenly sounded beside Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus. The two of them were startled and turned their heads to look, only to see the man in the flame robe standing behind them. At this moment, he was looking at the label next to the jade box, shaking his head and sighing. Hello, both of you! The man in the flame robe also retracted his gaze and looked at the two of them with a smile. Good. Qin Feiyang nodded. The man in the flame robe asked, The two of you are looking at this chaos divine art, could it be that you want to buy it? That's what I mean. Qin Feiyang smiled. Indeed, as the man in the flame robe said before, this chaos divine art was a legendary secret art, which had the ability to allow the original body and the inner demons to become one. And after the fusion, the battle's strength would soar several times. It could be said that this was a supreme secret art. But there were restrictions. This chaos divine art could only be cultivated by people with the inner demons. On the other hand, if one didn't have the inner demons, even if they obtained the chaos divine art, it would be meaningless, like a piece of scrap paper. When the man in the flame robe heard Qin Feiyang's reply, a trace of surprise appeared on his face, and he asked in a low voice, Brother, could it be that you have the inner demons? Inner demons? When Qin Feiyang heard this, he lowered his head and looked at the jade box, a trace of unconcealable sorrow in his eyes. Fire Lotus secretly sighed and sent a voice transmission. Jean Dage, this person came to talk to you for no reason. His purpose is definitely not simple. Don't expose any flaws. Qin Feiyang secretly replied and restrained his emotions. He turned to look at the man in the flame robe and shook his head with a smile. I don't have the inner demons. That's true. A person with the inner demons can't become a god. And brother's cultivation is at the initial stage of the war god realm, so naturally you can't have the inner demons. However, since you don't have the inner demons, why do you want to buy this chaos divine art? The man in the flame robe was curious. Literature Museum. Chapter 1949. Fire Lotus raised an eyebrow and said unhappily, It's our business if we want to buy it. What does it have to do with you? The man was stunned and hurriedly cupped his hands. I'm sorry for my rudeness. Please forgive me. If there's nothing else, go away. Don't bother us. Fire Lotus waved her hand impatiently. Yes, yes, yes. The man nodded with a smile and turned to leave. However, just as he turned around, he turned to look at Qin Feiyang and smiled meaningfully. Brother, please take a good look at the label. There's a lot going on. With that, he turned around and left without looking back. Label? Qin Feiyang looked suspiciously at the man's back, then lowered his head to look at the label again. Fire Lotus also glanced at the label and snorted. I didn't see anything fishy at all. He must be bluffing. Qin Dage, don't listen to his nonsense. No. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. What's wrong? Fire Lotus was stunned. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Look at the price tag on this label. Price tag? Fire Lotus looked down again and her expression froze. There was actually a 0 on the label. In other words, the Chaos Origin Divine Art was given for free. Qin Dage, what's going on? Fire Lotus was puzzled. Although there were very few people in this world who had inner demons, this was a legendary secret technique after all. No matter what, the treasure pavilion wouldn't give it away for free. Qin Feiyang said. It looks like the Chaos Origin Divine Art is given for free, but it might actually be a trap. A trap? Fire Lotus was stunned. Yes. According to my guess, the treasure pavilion might be using the Chaos Origin Divine Art as bait to lure out people with inner demons. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Fire Lotus was surprised. According to what you said, aren't you in danger? What danger am I in? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. You have inner demons. Fire Lotus thought. That was in the past. Qin Feiyang sighed. The inner demons were already dead. Even if he obtained the Chaos Origin Divine Art now, it would be meaningless. His intention to purchase the Chaos Origin Divine Art was purely to keep it as a souvenir. Fire Lotus was stunned for a moment before she transmitted her voice. Qin Dage, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring this up. It's all right. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and looked at a staff member not far away. He smiled and said, Come here. The staff member ran over and smiled at the two of them. Young master, young miss, is there anything you need? Qin Feiyang asked. Is this primordial chaos divine art for sale? Chaos Origin Divine Art. The staff member was stunned. He sized up Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus and said, Could it be that the two of you have inner demons? Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus shook their heads. Then I'm sorry. We only sell this Chaos Origin Divine Art to people with inner demons. No, it's a gift. It's a gift to people with inner demons. The staff member smiled apologetically. Why? Qin Feiyang frowned. The staff member smiled and said, This is an order from the higher-ups. We subordinates don't know. All right. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The staff member smiled and left. Wait. Fire Lotus suddenly spoke again. The staff member stopped and turned to Fire Lotus. He asked, Young miss, do you have any other orders? Fire Lotus said, Do you have Een Soulwood, Death Fruit, and 9 Yang Lightning Fire? Een Soulwood, Death Fruit, 9 lightning fire. The staff member thought for a while and shook his head. The second floor doesn't have these. You can go to the third floor. If you don't have them on the third floor, then you can only go to the auction house. The auction house is underground on the first floor. Got it. Fire Lotus nodded. The staff member laughed. Fire Lotus retracted her gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang. It seems that this chaos origin divine art is hiding something. Yes. But why did that person remind us? Qin Feiyang frowned and turned to look at the hall. There was no trace of the man in the fire robe. Where did he go? Fire Lotus's face was also full of suspicion. How did he disappear in the blink of an eye? Qin Feiyang said. He might have gone to the third floor. Let's go there and take a look. Yes. Fire Lotus nodded. The two turned and walked to the third floor. Qin Dage, he was so kind. Was it too much for me to treat him with such an attitude? Fire Lotus lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong. It's fine. Qin Feiyang smiled and said. The third floor. Apart from the hall, there were many more rooms. These rooms were specially set up for the distinguished guests of the Treasure Pavilion. With the VIP rooms, the hall was naturally much smaller. It wasn't even half the size of the first and second floor. Similarly, there were only 100 people on the third floor. But without exception, those who dared to enter the third floor were all people with status, power, or wealth. Among them, there were a dozen or so disciples of the Nine Heaven Palace. They were all war gods and above. This was really like the saying, war gods were as common as dogs. But on the third floor, Qin Feiyang didn't see the man in the fire robe. But he didn't deliberately look for him. He took Fire Lotus and wandered around. The items on the third floor were of a higher grade than the items on the second floor. For example, divine arts were all high-grade divine arts. Divine weapons were also high-grade divine weapons. Qin Feiyang hadn't seen many herbs before. Among them were the herbs for the Divine Life Pill, Divine Power Pill, and Life Pill. However, every single one of them was ridiculously expensive. The Divine Life Pill had 9 herbs in total. The Life Pill and Divine Power Pill had 5 herbs each. And the cheapest herb was 100,000 divine crystals. The most expensive herb was even 1,000,000 divine crystals. Qin Feiyang said. Great-grandmother, don't cultivate for now. Help me count the Gua family's treasures. I might need them later. Okay. Tantai Li responded. She woke everyone up and started to get busy. Qin Feiyang walked around for a while and couldn't help but frown. Other than the herbs for the Divine Life Pill, Divine Power Pill, and Life Pill, there were also some herbs for the Dead Spirit Barrier Breaking Pill, Heavenly Dust Divine Pill, for Symbols Limitless Pill, and Dragon Soul Primordial Spirit Pill. It seems that I can only go to the auction house. Qin Feiyang muttered and was about to take the Fire Lotus to the auction house. But at this moment, a familiar figure came up the stairs. It was the man in the fire robe. But seeing Qin Feiyang, the man in the fire robe just smiled and walked into the hall. He walked to a counter and asked the staff member with a smile, Do you accept dragon's blood here? As soon as the voice sounded, the entire hall fell into a dead silence. Dragon's blood! Everyone looked at the man in the fire robe in unison. Qin Feiyang was about to go downstairs, but when he heard this, he immediately stopped and turned to look at the man in the fire robe. The staff member was also a little confused. Do you accept it or not? Seeing that the staff member didn't answer, the man in the fire robe asked again with a smile. Yes, yes, yes. The staff member came back to his senses and quickly nodded. He looked at the man in the fire robe and asked, Young master, what kind of dragon's blood is it? Is it essence blood or ordinary dragon's blood? The man in the fire robe said, It's not essence blood, just ordinary dragon's blood. As for what dragon's blood it is, it's none of your business. Ordinary dragon's blood? The staff member was stunned and shook his head. Then I don't want it. And the others also showed a trace of disappointment on their faces. Hearing this, the man in the fire robe shook his head disappointedly and turned to leave. Qin Feiyang was now standing at the door of the third floor. Just as the man in the fire robe passed by him, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly and he reached out to stop the man in the fire robe. "Brother, what's the matter?" The man in the fire robe was stunned and asked with a smile. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Brother, can I have a word with you?" "Sure. I happen to be going to the auction house. Why don't we go there and talk slowly?" the man in the fire robe asked. "My pleasure." Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. "Please." The man in the fire robe stretched out his hand and smiled. "Please." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and went downstairs with Fire Lotus. "Wait." But suddenly, a young man ran out of the hall and called out to the three. Qin Feiyang and the others stopped and turned to look. The young man was about 27 or 28 years old. He was short, only about 1.6 meters tall. He had a shifty-looking face, but there was a hint of shrewdness in his eyes. Qin Feiyang looked at the young man's chest and his pupils shrank slightly. There was a flame pattern on this person's clothes. This meant that this person was a disciple of the Nine Heavens Palace. The man in the fire robe smiled and asked, "Is there something you need?" The young man ran in front of the man in the fire robe and said with a flattering smile, "This one is Pinyin. May I know brother's name?" The man in the fire robe was stunned and looked up with a smile. "It's rude to ask for a name as soon as you come up." Pinyin was stunned and smiled apologetically. "This one is rude, please forgive me." "It's fine. Just say what you need." The man in the fire robe laughed. Pinyin looked at Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus and said, "Is it convenient?" Seeing this, Qin Feiyang tactfully took Hu Lian and turned around to walk towards the second floor. The man in the fire robe looked at the two of them and said to Pinyin, "Can you say it now?" Pinyin said in a low voice, "May I ask, brother, do you really have dragon blood in your body?" "Of course." The man in the fire robe nodded. Pinyin curiously asked, "Then where did you get this dragon blood?" "This?" The man in the fire robe frowned. Pinyin smiled. "Brother, what do you think? I'll use 10 soul stones to buy this information from you." 10 soul stones? The man in the fire robe was stunned, then shook his head and turned to go downstairs. 100 soul stones! Seeing this, Pinyin hurriedly said. But the man in the fire robe just shook his head and smiled, completely ignoring him. Pinyin was anxious and angry, and said angrily, "Brother, don't be ungrateful. Do you know who I am? I'm a disciple of the Nine Heavens Palace." "So what?" The man in the fire robe smiled faintly. "You." Pinyin was a little angry. He stepped in front of the man in the fire robe and said in a deep voice, "Don't be so shameless. Get out of the way." The man in the fire robe raised his eyebrows and said indifferently, "What if I don't?" Pinyin looked at the man in the fire robe with a provocative face. The man in the fire robe frowned, and the atmosphere gradually became serious. Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus were also standing at the stairs, looking at the arrogant Pinyin with a trace of disgust in their eyes. Literature Museum. Chapter 1950. Fire Lotus secretly said, "This person is so annoying." Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. "But he is also a smart person." "Smart?" Fire Lotus frowned. Why was she praising him instead? Qin Feiyang laughed. "To be able to think of so many things from a drop of dragon blood, if this isn't smart, then what is?" "Think of what?" Fire Lotus was suspicious. "Then what do you think I want to do with this person?" Qin Feiyang asked back. "I haven't thought about it." Fire Lotus shook her head. "Actually, I also want to ask him about the origin of the dragon blood. Think about it, the dragon blood in his body can't have appeared out of thin air. It must have been obtained from a divine dragon. And although ordinary dragon blood doesn't have much attraction to everyone, a real divine dragon is something that everyone will covet." Qin Feiyang laughed. "So that's how it is." Fire Lotus nodded in realization. Qin Feiyang continued, "Of course, a divine dragon is more valuable to us." "What do you mean?" Fire Lotus was suspicious. Dragon Soul Primordial Spirit Pill. The first medicinal ingredient of this pill is the divine dragon soul, Qin Feiyang said. Fire Lotus was shocked when she heard this, and secretly said, "You want to hunt a divine dragon?" Qin Feiyang laughed. "If there is such an opportunity, I will definitely not let it go. Hunt a divine dragon." Fire Lotus's heart was in disbelief. This guy really dared to dream. Qin Feiyang said, "I really hope that the divine dragon this person knows is a perfect war god." "Why must it be a perfect war god?" Fire Lotus was puzzled. "Because the dragon soul needed for this dragon soul primordial spirit pill must be at least a perfect divine dragon soul." Qin Feiyang laughed. "It's getting crazier and crazier." Fire Lotus shook her head. A perfect war god divine dragon was only one step away from becoming a half-step divine lord. The flame-clothed man and Ping'an were still in a deadlock. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, took a step forward, and pushed Ping'an away, saying, "You're not done yet, are you? You dare to push me?" Ping'an looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. "Who do you think you are? So what if you're a disciple of Nine Heavens Palace? You don't even dare to push? Don't take yourself too seriously." Qin Feiyang snorted coldly and ignored Ping'an. He looked at the flame-robed man and said with a smile, "Brother, let's go." The man in the fiery robe laughed and strode down. Qin Feiyang also turned around and left. From beginning to end, he never looked at Ping'an again. Bastard, this is unforgivable." Ping'an was so angry that he gritted his teeth and smoke came out of his head. As a disciple of the Nine Heavens Palace, he was actually disregarded and humiliated by two nameless people? This was intolerable. Boom! He raised his fist and swooped down, aiming for Qin Feiyang and the flame-clothed man. Qin Feiyang frowned. Although this person was smart, he was not tactful at all. "Stop! This is the treasure pavilion. No one is allowed to mess around." But just as Qin Feiyang was about to make a move, a staff member ran out and shouted at Ping'an. Ping'an stopped abruptly, his face turning green and red. Qin Feiyang did not make a move. He followed the flame-clothed man and walked to Fire Lotus. Ping'an shouted, "The three of you, listen carefully. This time you've provoked someone you shouldn't have." Fire Lotus said with a smile, "I really can't tell. How big of a background do you have?" "I don't have any background, but there's someone whose name can scare you to death." Ping'an sneered. Qin Feiyang and the other two stared blankly for a moment. They looked at each other before turning their heads to look at Ping'an, who was standing on top of the stage, showing off his prowess. The flame-clothed man laughed. "This is interesting. Then, tell me, who is this person?" "Feng Zijuan," Ping'an said word by word. "Feng Zijuan." The flame-clothed man's pupils shrank when he heard this name. Qin Feiyang noticed the change in the flame-clothed man's expression. There was a trace of suspicion in his eyes. Who was this Feng Zijuan? How could he make this person change his expression? "Are you scared?" Ping'an sneered at the three of them. "Haha, scared, of course I'm scared. Who in Sky Dragon City doesn't know Feng Zijuan's name? But even if it's Feng Zijuan, he can't be so domineering." The man in the flaming robe laughed out loud. He turned around and walked to the first floor without looking back. Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus looked at each other and quickly followed. "Preposterous! Just you wait!" Ping'an roared and also ran to the first floor. Auction house. Located in the basement of the first floor, there were a total of 2 floors. The first floor was the auction house hall. The second floor was the private room. After the flame-clothed man entered the auction house, he directly brought Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus into private room number 9. The space of the private room was not big, about 5 to 6 meters, but the decoration was very luxurious and very expensive. The flame-clothed man pointed to the chair beside the tea table and said with a smile, "Please sit." Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus sat side by side on a double chair and looked outside. In front of them was a transparent floor-to-ceiling window. Through the floor-to-ceiling window, one could see the auction house outside clearly. At this moment, On the auction stage stood a white-clothed woman. She looked to be in her 20s, but the aura she emitted was extremely terrifying. According to Qin Feiyang's judgment, she should be comparable to Uncle Yuan. In other words, this woman was a half-step divine lord. And in front of the white-clothed woman, there was a long metal box. Inside, there was a 3-foot-long battle sword. Although the battle sword had not awakened, but from the sharpness it released, one could tell that it was a supreme-grade divine artifact at a glance. The people around the auction stage, as well as the people in the private rooms on the second floor, were all competing to bid. There's a good saying, there's no evil businessman. Generally, precious things will be auctioned here by the treasure pavilion. So, if you want to find good things, you have to come here, the flame-clothed man said with a smile as he brewed tea. Qin Feiyang nodded and retracted his gaze. Looking at the flame-clothed man, he cupped his hands and smiled. I'm Jiang Haotian, and this is my sister, Fire Lotus Jiang. Brother, I wonder if you can tell us your name? Hui. Hui as in flame, E as in easy. The flame-clothed man smiled. Hui, Qin Feiyang muttered. This name was also very unfamiliar. It seemed like he had never seen this person before. Hui poured 2 cups of tea and retreated to the front of Qin Feiyang and smiled. It should be the first time you two have come to Sky Dragon City. Qin Feiyang nodded. Hui held the teacup and took a sip. Sky Dragon City is a place where dragons and snakes mix together. You two must be careful in the future. Thank you for your concern, Brother Hua. Brother Hua, may I ask who this Feng Zijuan is? Qin Feiyang asked curiously. This Feng Zijuan has a great background. I wonder if Brother Jiang has heard of the 9 Heavens Palace's Resource Hall Master? Hui asked. Resource Hall Master? Isn't that young Noble Feng's grandfather? Wait. Young Noble Feng? Feng Zijuan? Could it be? Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. He smiled at Hui. I've heard of him, Hui said. This Feng Zijuan is the Resource Hall Master's grandson. As expected, Qin Feiyang muttered inwardly. The two of them were blood brothers. Moreover, this Feng Zijuan should be the big brother that young Noble Feng mentioned. Not only does Feng Zijuan have a powerful family background, but he also has extraordinary talent. Do you know his cultivation? Early Divine Monarch Realm, Hui said. So strong! Qin Feiyang was shocked. Early Divine Monarch Realm was even more terrifying than Yuanbo. Because of his strength and background, many disciples in 9 Heavens Palace want to curry favor with him. That Penguin just now should be one of them, Hui said. Qin Feiyang asked. In other words, this Penguin is looking for information on behalf of Feng Zijuan? That's right. Hui nodded, then shook his head and said, Let's not talk about this for now. Let's talk about your purpose of looking for me. Qin Feiyang smiled. Brother Hui is such a smart person, you should have thought of it. It's just as I expected. Hui smiled and pondered for a moment before saying, I can tell Brother Jiang the whereabouts of that divine dragon, but Brother Jiang has to agree to one condition. Speak, Qin Feiyang said. Hui said, I wonder if Brother Jiang knows about 9 Heavens Palace's disciple recruitment? I know a thing or two, Qin Feiyang said. Then, does Brother Jiang want to enter 9 Heavens Palace? Hui asked. I have this thought. Qin Feiyang nodded. Hui smiled. That's good. My condition is that when the time comes to participate in the assessment, Brother Jiang can help me. You also want to enter 9 Heavens Palace? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Hui smiled and said, Who in my generation doesn't desire a cultivation holy land like 9 Heavens Palace? That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded and pondered for a moment before saying with a smile. Saying help is too polite. We should take care of each other and support each other. Hui was stunned for a moment before he laughed heartily. Yes, we should take care of each other and support each other, Qin Feiyang said. Then, the matter of the divine dragon? Hui said. In the depths of the Sky Dragon mountain range, there is a place called Black Dragon Lake. There is a black dragon hiding there. I obtained this dragon blood from it. Black Dragon Lake, Black Dragon. Qin Feiyang murmured, asking, how is its strength? Very strong. Half-step Divine Monarch Realm, Hui said solemnly. Good. Qin Feiyang was overjoyed. A half-step Divine Monarch Realm Dragon Soul had already surpassed the minimum requirement of the Dragon Soul Primordial Spirit Pill. Hui looked at Qin Feiyang's reaction and frowned. Brother Jiang, you're not going to hunt it, are you? It depends on the situation. Qin Feiyang smiled. Even if he found the Divine Dragon, he still lacked two other herbs, the Dragon God Flower and the Primordial Spirit Lotus. Thus, he was not in a hurry to hunt the Divine Dragon. Moreover, a half-step Divine Monarch Realm Divine Dragon was not so easy to hunt. While the two were conversing, the auction of the battle sword outside had also ended. The final price was 30 million divine crystals. A supreme-grade divine artifact was only sold for 30 million divine crystals. This made Qin Feiyang somewhat speechless. It seemed that supreme-grade divine artifacts could only be considered average in the Sky Dragon City. The next treasure to be auctioned, I believe many people will not be unfamiliar with it. The white-clothed woman standing on the high platform smiled faintly. With a wave of her jade-like hand, a palm-sized purple flame appeared out of thin air. Looking at the purple flame, Qin Feiyang immediately became spirited. At the side, Fire Lotus's eyes were also suffused with a scorching light. Chapter 1951. The purple flame floated in the air, emitting a dazzling divine light. An astonishing heat wave instantly enveloped the entire auction house with the auction stage as the center. Everyone felt as if they were in a sea of fire, sweating profusely. Moreover, there were traces of lightning power flickering on the flame. This was the Nine Suns lightning fire. Qin Feiyang and Hui were quite excited. They didn't expect to encounter this kind of extreme yang fire. I believe that everyone knows the value of this Nine Suns lightning fire even without my special introduction. The starting price is 2 million divine crystals. The highest bidder wins. The auction begins now. The white-clothed woman on the stage smiled. 1 million. 2 million. 3 million. Immediately, the people in the auction house began to bid wildly. Especially the private rooms on the second floor. Listening to their tone, a large number of people were determined to win. I didn't expect to encounter the Nine Suns lightning fire. Hui looked at the purple flame and exclaimed. Qin Feiyang's eyelids twitched. He calmly turned to look at Hui and asked with a smile. Brother Hui, don't tell me you also want this Nine Suns lightning fire? Me? Hui was slightly stunned. He shook his head and said with a smile. I do want it a little, but there is a good saying, a gentleman does not take what others love. Thank you very much. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled gratefully. Hui asked suspiciously. But I'm a little curious. What does Brother Jiang want this Nine Suns lightning fire for? Qin Feiyang asked. I wonder if Brother Hui has heard of the undead barrier breaking pill? Undead barrier breaking pill? Hui was stunned. He shook his head and said, I've never heard of this kind of pill. Never heard of it? Qin Feiyang was surprised and said, Then what about the life pill, divine power pill, divine life pill, heavenly dust pill, for symbols infinite divine pill, and dragon soul primordial spirit pill? Hui was stunned when he heard these pills. Qin Feiyang asked in surprise. Brother Hui has never heard of them? I'm familiar with the God's soul pill, God's power pill, and God's life pill because the treasure pavilion has them. But this heavenly dust divine pill, for symbols infinite divine pill, dragon soul primordial spirit pill, this is the first time I've heard of them. Dare I ask Brother Jiang, what kind of medicinal pills are these? Hui said. This is the first time you've heard of it? Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus looked at each other. Originally, Qin Feiyang thought that such a terrifying place like the ancient realm would definitely have all kinds of medicinal pills. However, he didn't expect that Hui actually didn't know. Didn't this mean that the ancient dimension didn't have these pill formulas? Qin Feiyang asked again. Then the potential pill, what about the potential pill? Potential pill? Potential pill? Hui stared blankly for a moment before shaking his head. I've never heard of it either. It seems that even the ancient realm doesn't have some of the pill formulas in the pill scripture. Qin Feiyang muttered to himself. Fire Lotus thought. Is there any information about these pills in the old patriarch's memories? No. Originally, I thought that it might be because the old patriarch's status wasn't high, and he didn't know about these pills. But I didn't expect that the ancient realm doesn't have them at all. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Fire Lotus smiled and said, Then this is a business opportunity. Business opportunity? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Think about it, if these pills were to spread out, how many people would come to snatch them? Fire Lotus said. Qin Feiyang laughed bitterly and sent a voice transmission. Even though it's true, it's a crime to possess a treasure, and it'll similarly bring about a calamity of death for us. That's true. Fire Lotus nodded and said, But you're not the only one who knows about these pill formulas. Don't forget that Mu Tianyang and the others are also in the ancient realm. Until now, there have been no rumors about these pills. I think Mu Tianyang and the others also understand this and didn't say anything. Qin Feiyang said. Seeing that Qin Feiyang didn't speak for a long time, Hui became more and more curious. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Brother Jiang, you haven't finished speaking? What kind of pills are those? I'm not sure. Qin Feiyang smiled. Not sure? Hui was skeptical. But he was also a smart person. If the other party didn't want to say, it would arouse the other party's disgust. So, he chose to remain silent. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, Brother Hua, do you know the specific effects of the Nine Suns lightning fire? Since the ancient realm didn't have the undead barrier-breaking pill, the Nine Suns lightning fire must have other effects. Otherwise, it wouldn't have caused such a crazy scramble. The Nine Suns lightning fire is a fire of extreme yang. It's the nemesis of evil things. Existences like the undead are most afraid of this kind of fire. And on this continent, there are countless evil things, so the Nine Suns lightning fire can be considered a divine item to ward off evil. However, the biggest use of the Nine Suns lightning fire is actually alchemy. Hui smiled. Alchemy? Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. The Nine Suns lightning fire can be used as a pill fire. And compared to an ordinary pill fire, using the Nine Suns lightning fire to refine pills will not only yield twice the result with half the effort, but the quality of the pills refined will also increase by several times. So, the people participating in the auction are basically alchemists. Hui explained. I see. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood and said with a smile, I won't hide it from Brother Hua. In fact, I'm also an alchemist. Alchemist? Hui was slightly taken aback and blushed with shame as he said, Then this one really misjudged. I'm just an ordinary alchemist, not worth mentioning. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said with a smile, Brother Jiang is too modest. Although I don't know anything about alchemy, I still know that an alchemist who is interested in the Nine Suns lightning fire is not an ordinary person. Hui said with a smile. When Fire Lotus heard this, she covered her mouth and said with a smile, Brother Hui, you really know how to flatter people. Flatter? Hui smiled and didn't say anything else. Qin Feiyang sized up Hui and his eyes flickered. Suddenly he shook his head and said, Little sister, he's not flattering me. This isn't flattery? Fire Lotus was suspicious. Brother Hui is reminding me that many of the people bidding for the Nine Suns lightning fire have status and status. He's telling me to think twice before acting. Qin Feiyang said. When Fire Lotus heard this, she looked at Hui suspiciously and asked, Is that so? But in the face of Fire Lotus's question, Hui only smiled and didn't say anything. Qin Feiyang looked deeply at Hui and patted Fire Lotus's hand, indicating that she shouldn't ask any more questions. Then, he looked at the auction outside. While they were talking, the price of the Nine Suns lightning fire had already risen to 20 million divine crystals. Almost no one in the auction outside made a bid, because this price had already exceeded the limit of what they could bear. At present, only the people in the private rooms on the second floor continued to bid. Those who could enter the private rooms, whether it was strength or financial resources, definitely far surpassed the others. Looking at the skyrocketing price, Fire Lotus was a little anxious. She secretly said, "Qin Dage, if it really doesn't work, can we think of another way?" She knew about Qin Feiyang's situation. He had just entered the ancient world and didn't have many divine crystals on him. Such a high price was really too difficult for him. "Don't worry, I'll do what I can." Qin Feiyang secretly comforted her and said, "Great-grandmother, have you checked?" "Yes, I have." Tantai Li's voice sounded in his mind. "Then how many divine crystals do we have?" Qin Feiyang secretly asked. "We have more than 2 million. Tantai Li said. "It's far from enough." Qin Feiyang secretly sighed. More than 2 million was not even enough to make up a fraction. As for divine weapons and divine arts, they are of the lowest level and have no value. But there are a lot of medicinal herbs and pills. For example, divine soul pill, divine power pill, divine life pill. We have all the medicinal herbs for these pills. Tantai Li said again. "I know. Thank you for your hard work." Qin Feiyang secretly said, then lowered his head and pondered. The price of the 9 Suns lightning fire was still rising. He didn't know what the final price would be. So even if he sold all the treasures he plundered from the Gua family, it would definitely not be enough. As for himself, he had given away most of his divine weapons. He didn't have anything valuable. Then, only pills like potential pills were left. But once these pills appeared, there would be endless trouble and even a bloody storm. What should he do? Seeing that Qin Feiyang hadn't made a bid, Hui smiled and said, "Brother Jiang, if you encounter any difficulties, you can tell me. Maybe I can help you." Qin Feiyang was stunned. He raised his head and looked at Hui. "Why do you want to help me? We can meet several times in a day. Now we're even sitting here, drinking tea and chatting. This is fate," Hui said with a smile. Huilian raised her eyebrows imperceptibly and sent a voice transmission. "Big Brother Qin, isn't this person too enthusiastic? What do you think?" Qin Feiyang secretly said. "One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions," Fire Lotus said. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, "I do need to take precautions." First, he reminded him not to buy the Chaos Origin Divine Art on the 3rd floor. Just now, he secretly reminded him not to compete with others for the 9 Suns lightning fire if he didn't need it. And now, he was actually going to help him. Frankly speaking, even he couldn't stand Hui's enthusiasm. It wasn't that Hui really had ulterior motives. Perhaps this person was really warm-hearted. But after a long time of scheming, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but be vigilant. After all, you may know a person for a long time without understanding his heart. It was never wrong to be cautious. "I have a total of about 100 million divine crystals here. If Brother Jiang doesn't mind, you can take it." Hui took out a fiery red universe ring that looked like it was made of lava and placed it on the tea table. 100 million! Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus were shocked. 100 million divine gems was an astronomical figure to them. Fire Lotus said, "Qin Dage, you have to be careful." They had just met by chance, but he actually gave them 100 million divine crystals. There was definitely something fishy going on. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. "Brother Hua, if you have any needs or conditions, you can tell me directly." "Conditions?" Hui shook his head and said helplessly, "Brother Jiang, you think too much of a person's heart. How can there be so many schemes in this world? I just want to help Brother Jiang because we feel like old friends at first sight." Chapter 1952. Hearing Hui's words, Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus looked at each other. They couldn't help but feel ashamed in their hearts. Hui looked at the two of them and smiled bitterly. Helping people and being misunderstood is a bit frustrating. Of course, I don't blame you. After all, in this world, there are too many people who try to deceive each other. It's understandable. Qin Feiyang felt even more embarrassed. He cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for your understanding, Brother Hua." Hui waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about this. How about this? These 100 million divine crystals can be considered as a loan from you. Write an IOU and return it to me in full." "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded. He took out a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, quickly wrote an IOU and pressed his fingerprint on it. Hui also put it away with a smile. 50 million! 1 million! The bidding continued. With this 100 million divine crystals, Qin Feiyang finally had some confidence. However, he wasn't in a hurry to call out a price. The price soared all the way to 70 million divine crystals. At this time, there were only a few people bidding. 70 million divine crystals, even a monstrous alchemist from Nine Heavens Palace would find it difficult to bear. "Brother Jiang, you can make your move now." Hui smiled. Qin Feiyang nodded. He glanced around the auction house and said indifferently, 71 million. HM? Everyone present was stunned. Before, although everyone was bidding, it was basically 10,000 or 100,000. But now, he actually increased the price by 1 million. Which nouveau riche was? Qin Feiyang's bid was in fact indirectly telling others that he was determined to obtain the Nine Suns lightning fire. If they knew what was good for them, they wouldn't compete anymore. Sure enough. After he called out a price, the audience quieted down. The few people who were still bidding also fell silent one after another. At the same time, private room number 1. A purple-robed young man was leaning against a chair with one hand supporting his head. He had a lazy look on his face. Beside him stood a short man with shifty eyes. This person was Ping'an, who had formed a grudge with Qin Feiyang's group of 3. This voice. When Qin Feiyang spoke, Ping'an's expression slightly froze. Then, a sneer crept up his eyes as he looked at the purple-robed young man and said, "Senior Brother Jun, of the 3 people I mentioned just now, this person is one of them." The purple-robed young man was taken aback and asked, "I'm sure. I remember his voice," Ping'an said. The purple-clothed youth raised his head and looked at the private room where Qin Feiyang and the other 2 were in. His eyes flickered. Although he could see the outside, he couldn't see the situation inside the rooms from the outside. Therefore, the purple robe didn't really see Feiyang S's group. The woman in white asked loudly, "Private room 9 bids 71 million divine crystals. Is there anyone else who wants to raise the price?" There was Deta. 71,010,000. Suddenly. Ajun His S voiced he-he-s to he-he-he's. 72 million. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and directly raised the price by 1 million. Hearing this, the man glared angrily at Qin Feiyang's room and fell silent. 72 million. Is there anyone else? The white-robed woman standing on the high platform looked around and asked again. Time passed by. Just as the white-robed woman was about to announce the result, the purple-robed young man in the first room smiled faintly and said, "Ping'an, play with them." "Okay." Ping'an was overjoyed. He was waiting for this sentence. Then, without hesitation, he said, 80 million! What? 80 million? He just raised the price by 8 million. It's obvious that he's going against the people in the 9th room. It seems that there's going to be a good show. As soon as Ping'an's voice fell, the auction house became noisy. But Qin Feiyang's group of 3 couldn't help but frown. Hui smiled and said, "Brother Jiang, did you hear that?" "It's Ping'an's voice." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Ping'an is just an ordinary disciple. He doesn't have the financial resources at all. I think someone must be helping him. That person should be Feng Zijian," Hui said. Feng Zijian. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and looked at the first room, saying, "Is Feng Zijian also an alchemist?" "He's not." Hui shook his head. "If he's not an alchemist, why did he interfere?" Fire Lotus was very angry. "It's obvious that they want to take revenge on me." Hui shook his head and sighed. He looked at Qin Feiyang and Hui apologetically. "I'm really sorry to implicate you. What are you talking about?" At that time, I also humiliated Pinyin. With his personality, he definitely won't let me go, Qin Feiyang said. Hui sighed. No matter what, this matter started because of me. It's okay. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. 80 million, is there anyone else? The woman in white was full of smiles. As a businessman, what she liked to see the most was no doubt this kind of scene of dragons and tigers fighting. 81 million, Qin Feiyang said. Didn't you increase by 1 million just now? Why is it 10,000 now? If you don't have the strength, don't come and compete, lest you make a fool of yourself. 81 million. Peng Yan's voice sounded immediately, and he also humiliated Qin Feiyang. The crowd also roared with laughter. Especially those people who were forcibly suppressed by Qin Feiyang before. The gloating on their faces was undisguised. Snatch. Now you've met someone who's more awesome than you. This is retribution. 81 million. Qin Feiyang said again. His tone was calm. He can still endure it. It seems that this person's temperament is not bad. Feng Zijuan murmured, still leaning on the chair with a lazy look, as if nothing could move him. Senior brother Jun, you think too highly of him. He must be pretending to be calm now, stubbornly holding on. Peng Yan said. In that case, let's test his bottom line. Feng Zijuan smiled faintly. Okay. Peng Yan nodded and shouted. 90 million. Gasp. As soon as this voice sounded, the people present couldn't help but gasp. 90 million divine crystals, this person was really generous. And the woman in white on the high platform was already blooming with joy. Although the 9 suns thunder fire was a rare treasure of heaven and earth, 90 million had far exceeded its value. Moreover, the most important thing was that the price would exceed 100 million sooner or later if it continued to compete like this. Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang and couldn't help but say, Brother, why don't we just forget it? Even if they won, it would only benefit the treasure pavilion. It was not worth it. Feng Zijuan, Peng Yan. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered, and suddenly smiled. 91 million. What? He dares to raise the price? Everyone was in disbelief. Which rich man was this to be so bold? It seemed that he was really determined to get the 9 suns thunder fire. Peng Yan was also dumbfounded, and looked at Feng Zijuan at a loss. Feng Zijuan glanced at the 9th private room and remained silent. Interesting. Gradually, the corner of his mouth raised slightly, and he said with a faint smile, 100 million. 100 million. Oh my God! One is more terrifying than the other. Everyone was shocked. Wait. This voice, it's Feng Zijuan. So it's him. After recognizing Feng Zijuan, everyone once again looked at the private room where Qin Feiyang and the other two were, and the gloating in their eyes was even more intense. He actually dared to offend Feng Zijuan? This person was really blind. Hui frowned, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Brother Jiang, Feng Zijuan personally bid, which means that he is serious. I think it's better. Although he didn't finish, as long as one wasn't a fool, they could understand that Hui wanted him to give up. Brother, this Feng Zijuan is the grandson of the 9 Heavens Palace's resource hall master. His wealth is definitely not something we can compare with. Let's listen to Brother Hui, and think of another way. Fire Lotus also said. Qin Feiyang was silent. Not long ago on the 3rd floor, weren't you all very arrogant? What? Have you become mute now? Haha, with this little ability, you dare to go against us, you really overestimate yourself. Peng Yan laughed, full of sarcasm. Fire Lotus hurriedly said, Brother, he is provoking you, don't be fooled. Brother Jiang, think twice. If you don't have enough divine crystals to pay, not only will you lose face, the treasure pavilion will not let you go easily. Hui also had a worried look. Qin Feiyang's eyes narrowed slightly and said, 10-10-000. What? Knowing that it's Feng Zijuan, he still dares to continue bidding? Who is this guy? Everyone was shocked. Feng Zijuan was also quite surprised. He personally spoke in order to intimidate. But obviously, the other party was not frightened by him. It seemed that this person was not a simple person. Feng Zijuan smiled playfully, looked at Ping An and said, "You continue, raise the price to 200 million. 200 million? Ping An was shocked and hurriedly said, "Senior brother Jun, what if they suddenly don't want it?" 200 million was not a small amount. Even Feng Zijuan would not be able to take out so much. That won't happen. Even now, he's still raising the price. He definitely needs this 9 Suns Thunder Fire. Since that's the case, then of course I have to make them pay a price and let them know the consequences of offending me, Feng Zijuan. Feng Zijuan said with a faint smile. Senior brother Jun is wise. Ping An gave a thumbs up, his face full of admiration, then puffed out his chest and raised his back, valiantly shouting, 110 million. Qin Feiyang continued, 110,000. 120 million. 121,100. 130 million. 131,100,000. At this moment, the entire auction house was dead silent. Only Qin Feiyang and Peng An's bidding continued to reverberate in the auction house. This invisible battle was getting more and more intense. One after another, astronomical figures kept appearing, making everyone numb. However, Huai Fire Lotus, looking at Qin Feiyang who was crazily raising the price, was burning with anxiety. Especially Fire Lotus. She knew better than anyone how many divine crystals Qin Feiyang had, and it had far exceeded the amount she had. This was complete nonsense. But at the same time, she was very touched. Because everything Qin Feiyang did was for her. Chapter 1953. However, Qin Feiyang, on the other hand, remained calm and composed, without the slightest bit of panic or nervousness. 170 million! 171 million! 180 million! 181 million! 190 million! 110,000! As he continued to bid, the sinister smile on Ping An's face became wider and wider. Increase it with all your might. There will be a time for you to cry later. 200 million! Just as Qin Feiyang finished shouting, Ping An became high-spirited and roared without hesitation. 200 million! It actually broke through the 200 million mark. These two people are really crazy. There's also the treasure pavilion. This time, they've made a huge profit. Everyone watched this scene with their mouths agape. The woman in white on the high platform had a round smile on her face. Moreover, this matter had already caused a sensation outside, and even spread to the treasure pavilion. Like an invisible storm, it spread to the various districts of the Sky Dragon City. Everyone rushed towards the treasure pavilion to watch the show. 200 million, continue! Ping An had already completely inflated as he continued to clamor. Brother from private room number 9, you've already fought to this point, don't admit defeat. That's right. A man lives with a breath, a tree lives with a piece of skin. You have to be strong and fight to the end. The auction house was in an uproar. Those who were watching the show naturally wished for the world to be in chaos. The more exciting it was, the more interesting it was. Huai and Fire Lotus did not say a word. In their opinion, Qin Feiyang had already lost his mind, and no matter how much they said, he would not listen. Well said. A man lives with a breath, a tree lives with a piece of skin. As a man, how can you retreat? Feng Zijun, let me see, how much ability do you have? Do you have the capital to be arrogant? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, 300 million! Crash! As soon as these words were spoken, it immediately caused a huge uproar. 300 million! Who the hell is this person? Not only did he openly call out to Feng Zijun, he even increased the bid by 100 million. This is too terrifying. The shock in everyone's hearts could no longer be described with words. When Fire Lotus and Hui heard Qin Feiyang's words, they almost fainted. 300 million divine gems. This guy was really crazy. It was over. If he couldn't pay that many divine crystals later, he probably wouldn't be able to walk out of the auction house. Private room number 1. At this moment, Peng Yan's eyes were also wide open in anger, so much so that his eyeballs were about to pop out. What kind of concept was 300 million? An ordinary disciple like him would never see so many divine crystals in his entire life. Yet, the other party had said it so casually. Could it be that he had kicked an iron plate this time and provoked someone he shouldn't have provoked? Simultaneously, Feng Zijun also sat up straight, and the laziness on his face was swept away, replaced by a gloomy expression. His hands were tightly clenched together. Peng Yan came back to his senses and turned to look at Feng Zijun. When he saw Feng Zijun's expression, his eyes trembled slightly. He carefully said, "Senior brother Jun, let's just forget about it." "Forget it? Didn't you hear what he said? A man lives on his last breath, and a tree lives on its skin. As a man, how can you back down? If I shrink back now, won't I become a joke in the world? He is no longer bidding for the 9 suns lightning fire. This is a naked provocation," Feng Zijun said sternly. "But," Peng Yan wanted to say something but hesitated. "Provoking me, is it? Okay, I'll play with you to the end. 400 million! Feng Zijun walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looked at Qin Feiyang's private room, and shouted aggressively. "Crazy! They're all crazy! 400 million, if it's given to me, it's enough for me to live a carefree life. These two are simply prodigals." Everyone lamented and was completely numb. They looked at private room number 9, waiting for Qin Feiyang's voice to sound. "Ha!" After waiting for a long time, Qin Feiyang's laughter finally sounded. Listening to this laughter, there's no fluctuation. It seems that he will continue to raise the price. People muttered. But just as this thought crawled up in everyone's mind, Qin Feiyang's laughter sounded once again. "Your Excellency is amazing, I admit defeat." "What? Give up?" Everyone was looking forward to it, but when they suddenly heard Qin Feiyang's words, they were all stunned. Peng Yan and Feng Zijun were also stunned. Didn't they want to fight to the end? Why did they give up? At the same time, Fire Lotus and Hui also looked at each other in dismay. What was going on? However, both of them heaved a sigh of relief. If they continued to fight, it would definitely not end well in the end. Because they simply couldn't take out so many soul stones. Qin Feiyang turned his head to look at the two of them, and laughed. "Do you really think that I have lost my mind? Haven't you?" Fire Lotus asked. "Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Feng Zijun's actions are deliberately raising the price, causing us to lose a large amount of divine crystal. However, he's looking for the wrong target. If it were anyone else, in the face of such unreasonable clamor, they might really lose their mind. But I won't. So I beat him at his own game and took the initiative to clamor at him. I thought that with his arrogance and conceit, he would definitely continue to fight with me. The result was just as I expected. At the same time, it also reflected that although this person is talented, his mind and temperament are not good. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so easily angered by me." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "So it's like that." Fire Lotus and Hui finally understood. It turned out that they had been worrying for nothing. "Haha, aren't you very arrogant? You admit defeat just like that? Sure enough, compared to senior brother Jun, you are just a slag. No, you can't even be considered a slag." Peng Yan's loud laughter suddenly resounded in the auction house. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The entire auction house was also in an uproar. Everyone discussed animatedly, looking at the private room Qin Feiyang was in, their eyes full of ridicule. Feng Zijun's face was also full of pride. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "Feng Zijun, think about it carefully. Did you really win?" What do you mean by that?" Everyone was stunned, their faces full of suspicion. Feng Zijun also frowned. Suddenly, his hands suddenly clenched, making cracking sounds. His face was also gloomy to the extreme. Seeing the situation, Ping'an moved to Feng Zijuan's side and said with a flattering smile, "Senior brother Jun, you won in the first place. Everyone saw it for themselves. What are you still angry for? Shut up." Feng Zijuan slapped Ping'an's face fiercely. Ping'an immediately smashed onto the ground beside him like a dead dog. His face was deformed, and he was in so much pain that he cried for his parents. Using 400 million divine crystals to buy a cluster of 9 sun lightning fire. I can only say that I admire Feng Zijuan's courage. Treasure Pavilion, you don't need to thank me because Feng Zijuan is willing to do this. Qin Feiyang's laughter sounded out once more. The auction house set off a huge uproar once more. Yeah. On the surface, it looks like Feng Zijuan won. But thinking about it carefully, that's not the case at all. This is simply a trap to lure Feng Zijuan into it. Haha, to think that this Feng Zijuan and Ping'an were still smug. Actually, they themselves are the biggest idiots. Even a freak like Feng Zijuan was schemed against so tightly. This person's methods are profound. Being reminded by Qin Feiyang like this, everyone came to their senses. Their gazes also all shifted to the number 1 private room. At this very moment, Feng Zijuan was mad with hatred. Although the people outside could not see him, he could see the people outside clearly. Looking at those pairs of eyes full of ridicule, he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Originally wanted to scheme against the other party, but the result was that he was schemed against instead. The most embarrassing thing was that not only did he not notice it, he even had a smug attitude. My God! As a freak of Jiotian Palace, how could he do such a stupid thing? Now that he thought about it, he felt that he had no face left. In his heart, the resentment and hatred towards Qin Feiyang was also uncontrollable. Who are you? If you have the guts, say your name. Feng Zijuan stared at the floor-to-ceiling window of the number 9 private room and said gloomily, "We will meet again." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "I look forward to our next meeting." Feng Zijuan gritted his teeth and said, then turned around and left angrily. "Senior brother Jun." Ping'an hurriedly chased after him. It was fine if Ping'an did not speak. Once he spoke, Feng Zijuan suddenly seemed to have found a vent. He turned around and kicked Ping'an's lower abdomen. Ouch! Ping'an flew out on the spot and smashed into the floor-to-ceiling window. It was unknown what the floor-to-ceiling window was made of, but it did not break. But tragedy befell Ping'an. He spat out a mouthful of blood and slid down from the floor-to-ceiling window. He knelt on the ground, clutching his lower abdomen, and howled miserably like a pig being slaughtered. So pitiful. Hearing Ping'an scream, Fire Lotus laughed happily. This is called evil people will be dealt with by evil people. Qin Feiyang smiled, got up and looked at Fire Lotus, and said, I have something to deal with. You stay here and chat with Brother He for a while. Fire Lotus glanced at Hui, and nodded to Qin Feiyang. Okay. Brother He, let's meet again later. Qin Feiyang said. In. Hui smiled and nodded, and a glimmer of light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Qin Feiyang turned and walked out of the private room. He looked at the corridor on both sides. Seeing that there was no one, he closed the door of the private room and disappeared in an instant. Inside the private room, Hui looked at Fire Lotus and smiled. Miss Fire Lotus, your big brother is a bit scary. Scary? Fire Lotus was startled. Without anyone knowing, he set a trap for Feng Zijun, and made Feng Zijun lose all his face. He even took care of Ping'an while he was at it. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, isn't that scary? Hui shook his head speechlessly. Fire Lotus thought for a moment, and laughed happily. Hearing you say that, it seems to be true. Don't be modest. Your big brother, no, it should be said that you siblings are not ordinary people. Hui laughed. Fire Lotus said, Isn't Big Brother Hui the same? Haha. Hui laughed heartily, picked up his teacup, and drank his tea while paying attention to the auction outside. And the auction house welcomed the next auction item. However, everyone was still talking about the matter between Qin Feiyang and Feng Zijun, and it seemed that it would be difficult to calm down in a short period of time. P.S. Old Meng has resumed updating. Everyone should also move their small hands and vote the votes in their hands. Thank you very much. Chapter 1954. At the same time that Qin Feiyang disappeared, Feng Zijuan angrily walked out of private room number 1. Pinyin was still howling inside. But there was already a woman in red waiting outside. This woman was a staff member of the Treasure Pavilion. Seeing Feng Zijuan come out, the woman in red immediately went up and smiled. "Young Master Feng, please pay the bill in the VIP room." Seeing the smile on the woman's face, the anger in Feng Zijuan's heart burned again. The woman's smile was actually very sincere, but in Feng Zijuan's eyes, it was like she was mocking him. "Move!" Feng Zijuan looked at the woman coldly and said. The woman in red paused and said patiently, "Young Master Feng, you're a frequent customer of the Treasure Pavilion, so you naturally know our rules. After the auction, you have to pay the divine crystals in person before you can leave." Feng Zijuan's eyes were gloomy as he clenched his fists tightly. The woman in red lowered her head and said, "Young Master, please don't make it difficult for me." "Who?" Feng Zijuan took a deep breath and said, "I don't have that many divine crystals on me right now. I'll pay after I return to Empyrean Palace." "This?" The woman in red frowned, unable to decide. Seeing this, the anger in Feng Zijuan's heart burned again as he said angrily, "I, Feng Zijuan, am a monster of Empyrean Palace, and I'm famous in Sky Dragon City. Will I go back on my words?" "No, no, no." The woman in red quickly waved her hand and said, "The Treasure Pavilion believes in young Master's character, but the amount involved this time is too large. I really don't dare to make this decision." Feng Zijuan said, "If you can't make this decision, then let Shang Guanqiu do it." "Okay. I'll get someone to call the steward." The woman in red nodded and said loudly, "Guards." A guard ran over. The woman in red said, "Take young Master Feng to VIP room number 1 and treat him well." "Okay." The guard nodded and then looked at Feng Zijuan with a smile. "Young Master, this way please." "Humph." Feng Zijuan snorted coldly and walked towards the 3rd floor of the Treasure Pavilion. The woman in red also quickly entered the auction house and ran up the auction stage, whispering a few words into the woman in white's ear. "Everything is within my expectations." The woman in white chuckled and said, "Help me auction it first. I'll go take a look." "Yes." The woman in red nodded. "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry. I have some matters to attend to. However, the auction will not stop. Everyone, please continue." The woman in white looked around at the people in the auction house. She smiled and said. Then, she turned around and left quickly. "Why did you leave halfway? Is there even a need to ask? It must be because of Feng Zijuan. 400 million divine gems. Even Feng Zijuan can't afford that. Feng Zijuan has lost a lot of face this time. It doesn't matter if he loses face. The most important thing is his parents and grandfather. His parents are the enforcement elders of Nine Heavens Palace, and his grandfather is the hall master of Nine Heavens Palace's resource hall. When has he ever embarrassed himself like this? When they receive the news, Feng Zijuan will definitely suffer." Everyone whispered in each other's ears, their faces full of ridicule. 3rd floor. VIP room 1. The woman in white pushed the door open and entered. She saw Feng Zijuan sitting beside the tea table, his face ashen. The guard stood to the side and looked at Feng Zijuan silently. In fact, this was surveillance, to prevent Feng Zijuan from leaving. The woman in white glanced at Feng Zijuan and waved her hand. "You can leave." "Yes." The guard respectfully replied and walked out of the VIP room, closing the door behind him. "Young Master Feng, is it because my treasure pavilion is not good enough? Your face is so ugly." The woman in white walked to the tea table and sat opposite Feng Zijuan, laughing. "Can you not laugh?" Feng Zijuan raised his eyebrows, his anger rising. Good. The woman in white nodded and said, The people below have already told me. I don't have any objections, but I need an IOU. IOU? Feng Zijun couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up and glared at the woman in white, saying, Don't you know what kind of person I, Feng Zijun, am? You actually want me to write an IOU. Aren't you humiliating me? Young Master Feng, please calm down. This is the rule of the Treasure Pavilion. I am just doing my job. I hope young master can understand. The woman in white smiled apologetically. No room for negotiation? Feng Zijun raised his eyebrows. Young Master Feng, don't make it difficult for me. You know the rules of my Treasure Pavilion. If it was someone else, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to step out of the Treasure Pavilion today. And now, I just want young master to leave an IOU. This is already giving young master a lot of face. The woman in white smiled. Feng Zijun's face was gloomy. The woman in white said, If young master is not willing to leave an IOU, then I will have to personally go to the 9th Heaven Palace and ask for it from Elder Feng. The Elder Feng that the woman spoke of was Feng Zijun's grandfather. You! Feng Zijun was furious. The woman in white smiled. Young master, I have already given you face. Don't push your luck. You win. Feng Zijun glared at the woman in white and returned to his seat, saying, Prepare the brush and ink. The woman in white smiled and personally walked to the desk, took the brush, ink, and paper, and placed them in front of Feng Zijun. Feng Zijun grabbed the brush and was about to write. Suddenly, an 8-foot-tall, burly man in black appeared out of thin air in the VIP room. On the chest of the burly man, there was also a flame tattoo. Seeing this person, Feng Zijun was overjoyed. He immediately put down the brush in his hand and stood up. Uncle Yong! The burly man waved his hand, looked at the woman in white and smiled. Shang Guanqiu, long time no see. Yes, long time no see. Shang Guanqiu stood up and smiled. After exchanging some pleasantries, the burly man said, Old Master has already heard about the 9 Suns Thunder Fire, so he specially asked me to come and deal with it. I wonder how much the 9 Suns Thunder Fire was auctioned off? Shang Guanqiu glanced at Feng Zijun and said with a smile, Elder Feng, I didn't expect you to come here personally. It seems that you really love your grandson. The price of the 9 Suns Thunder Fire is 400 million divine gems. 400 million! The burly man was stunned. He turned to look at Feng Zijun and shook his head. You are really messing around. Feng Zijun lowered his head, his face full of regret. Sigh. The burly man sighed, took out a golden card from his chest, and handed it to Shang Guanqiu, smiling. Take it. Okay. Shang Guanqiu nodded, took the card, and said, Come in. The door was pushed open, and the guard who had left before ran in again. Shang Guanqiu smiled. Take this card to the account room and deduct 400 million divine gems. Yes. The guard took the card, turned around, and left quickly. After the guard left the VIP room, the burly man withdrew his gaze, turned to Shang Guanqiu, and said, Can I have a private chat with Feng Zijun? Shang Guanqiu was surprised, and then he smiled. Of course, you can have a chat. I will ask someone to send the card over later. Then he turned around and walked out. Wait. Where is the 9 Suns Thunder Fire? Feng Zijun shouted. Look at my memory, I almost forgot. Shang Guanqiu patted his head, and then waved his hand. The 9 Suns Thunder Fire appeared out of nowhere, flew to Feng Zijun, and then left. The burly man immediately went forward, closed the door, and then walked to Feng Zijun. Looking at the 9 Suns Thunder Fire, he said helplessly. 400 million divine gems for such a thing, young master. Uncle Yong doesn't want to criticize you, but you are really a spendthrift. Feng Zijun lowered his head and said guiltily. Uncle Yong, can you stop? Okay, I will stop. But you don't have to worry, someone will pay for the 9 Suns Thunder Fire for us. The burly man smiled. What do you mean? Feng Zijun was surprised. This time, I came to give you the divine gems to help you out, and also to help you get back at them. The burly man said, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Feng Zijun's eyes lit up, and he asked, "What do you mean? Those who dare to go against us never have a good ending, and this time is no exception." The burly man sneered. "Then what are you going to do?" Feng Zijun asked. "Kill him," the burly man said. "Is this Grandpa's order?" Feng Zijun asked. "Yes." The burly man nodded and asked, "Do you know that person's identity?" "I don't know. However, since he dares to clamor with me, I think his identity should not be simple," Feng Zijun said. "What does he look like?" the burly man said. Feng Zijun asked. "I don't know either, but Pingan knows." "Okay. Go and call Pingan up, I want to know more," the burly man said. "Okay." Feng Zijun nodded and was about to put away the 9 Suns Thunder Fire. But at this moment, the 9 Suns Thunder Fire disappeared without a trace. Feng Zijun and the burly man's faces were suddenly filled with surprise. Immediately after, their spiritual force surged out in all directions, but they couldn't find anything in this small VIP room. "Outrageous, this is really outrageous. Who dares to cause trouble under my nose? Who is it? Get out here!" The burly man roared like thunder. In an instant, everyone in the treasure pavilion was alarmed. Private room number 9. With a happy smile, Qin Feiyang strode into the private room and closed the door. Hui looked suspiciously at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Brother Jiang, did you encounter some good news?" "Brother Hui knows very well, why ask again?" Qin Feiyang smiled and walked to the side of Fire Lotus, sitting on the chair with a satisfied expression. As expected, Hui shook his head and laughed. However, this kind of playboy had to be taught a good lesson. Qin Feiyang drank a mouthful of tea, turned to look at Hui, and said, "Brother Hui, I also heard them talking, as if they want to harm us." "Everything is as expected." Hui sighed. Qin Feiyang asked, "That person called Uncle Yong, do you know who he is?" "Uncle Yong?" Hui was taken aback and asked, "Are you talking about the person who roared earlier?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "This person isn't simple. He is Grandpa Feng Zijun's last disciple, called Guillaume. His strength has also reached the level of small success Divine Lord, and he is deeply trusted by Grandpa Feng Zijun. Even Feng Zijun's parents treat him with respect," Hui said. Chapter 1955. Junior Monarch God! Fire Lotus was shocked. She looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Brother, it seems like we're in big trouble this time. What can they do to us without any evidence?" Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "That's right. Even if they can cover the sky with one hand, they won't dare to do anything to us." Hui smiled. Dong! At this moment, there was a knock on the door. The 3 of them turned to look at the door. Qin Feiyang laughed and said, "They're so fast." Fire Lotus said, "Brother, why don't we leave first?" "Leave? Isn't that the same as confessing?" "Don't be nervous. Just keep quiet. I'll deal with them." Qin Feiyang patted Fire Lotus's shoulder and said, "Come in." The door opened and a woman in white entered the room. It was Shangguan Qiu. Behind Shangguan Qiu, Guiyong and Feng Zijun looked gloomy. Shangguan Qiu turned to look at the 2 of them and said, "You 2 wait outside. I'll ask them first." "Wait?" Feng Zijun raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "Who else could it be? Young Master Feng, do you have any evidence?" "There's no evidence. You're just making things up. And the 3 of them are guests of the Treasure Pavilion. I can't offend them because of your baseless guess. By the way, this is the Treasure Pavilion, not the 9th Heaven Palace. You have to follow the rules of the Treasure Pavilion," Shangguan Qiu said with a touch of coldness in her eyes. "You!" Feng Zijun was furious. Guiyong waved his hand and said, "Okay, just do as she says. We'll wait outside." As he spoke, Guiyong looked at Qin Feiyang and the other 2 with a touch of suspicion in his eyes. Shang Guanqiu entered the room and closed the door behind him. How dare they shut us out? That's too much! Feng Zijian was furious. He looked at Guiyong and asked in a low voice, Uncle Yong, do you remember them? Not at all. Guiyong shook his head. Feng Zijian was shocked. If even you don't know them, then aren't they even more mysterious? No. I basically know all the young people in the northern region who have some status, but I have no impression of these three people. This can only mean one thing. Guiyong smiled. What? Feng Zijian asked. Guiyong said, They are not mysterious. They are just newborn calves who are not afraid of tigers. Feng Zijian was stunned and said, You're saying that they are just three inconspicuous minor characters? That's right. Guiyong nodded. Bastard, how dare you be so arrogant when you have no background? Feng Zijun suddenly grinned. Inside the private room, Shang Guanqiu looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two and bowed with a smile. Shang Guanqiu, the steward of the treasure pavilion, greets young masters and young mistress. Qin Feiyang suddenly smiled and said, So it's the manager of the treasure pavilion. I don't dare to call you lord. Young master, please call me by my name. Shang Guanqiu waved his hand. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, May I know why the steward has come in person? Shang Guanqiu said, I can't say that I'm advising you. I just want to ask you a few questions. Questions? Qin Feiyang was stunned and said with a smile, Please go ahead. I will tell you everything I know. May I ask if the three of you have left before? Shang Guanqiu asked. No. We have been here all this time and have never left. Qin Feiyang said. Really? Shang Guanqiu said. Of course. Qin Feiyang nodded. Shang Guanqiu said again, Do the three of you know that the Nine Suns Thunderfire was stolen from the VIP room on the third floor? What? The Nine Suns Thunderfire was stolen? Qin Feiyang and the other two stood up, their faces full of shock. Shang Guanqiu looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two. Whether it was Qin Feiyang or Hua Yi, the shocked expression on their faces was not fake at all. As for Fire Lotus, although she was wearing a mask and her expression could not be seen, there was no trace in her eyes. Looks like it's really not them. Shang Guanqiu muttered. As the steward of the treasure pavilion, she was very confident in her ability to judge people. No matter who it was, no matter how well they hid, they could not escape her eyes. But if it was not these three, who could it be? Who had the guts to steal from the treasure pavilion? Bang! At this moment, the door was kicked open, and Feng Zijun walked in angrily. Shang Guanqiu frowned and looked at Feng Zijun, saying, What do you want to do? Feng Zijun said, Shang Guanqiu, let me tell you, you won't get anything out of them. Shang Guanqiu said, Then what do you think we should do? Feng Zijun glanced at Qin Feiyang and the other two and sneered. There is only one way to deal with such fanatics, torture them. How dare you? Shang Guanqiu said angrily. Shang Guanqiu, I know you have seen countless people and are very confident in your judgment. But in this world, there are many people who are good at pretending. There will be times when you are wrong. Guiyong closed the door and looked at Shang Guanqiu with a smile. I say, what do you mean? Revenge? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and looked at Feng Zijun and Shang Guanqiu. Who are we? Who are you? Is there a need to take revenge on you for such a small matter? We are just talking about the facts. Guiyong laughed, his eyes full of disdain. If Qin Feiyang hadn't personally heard the two of them discussing in private, he would have really believed this person's nonsense. You said we are talking about the facts, right? Well, let's talk about the facts now. You are so sure that we stole the Nine Suns Thunderfire. May I ask, where is your evidence? Qin Feiyang said. Feng Zijun shouted. You were the only one who fought with me for the Nine Suns Thunderfire in the auction house. Who else could it be? Is that how you judge? How ridiculous. I was not the only one who wanted it at the auction house. There were many others who were also fighting for the Nine Suns Thunderfire. Based on what you said, aren't they all suspects? Qin Feiyang sneered. Feng Zijuan said angrily. They did fight, but you fought fiercely, didn't you? The one who fought fiercely is the one who stole the 9 Suns' thunder fire? What kind of logic is that? You must be stupid, Qin Feiyang said with amusement. You! Feng Zijuan glared at him. Forget it, forget it. I can't be bothered to argue with an idiot who is stupid. Qin Feiyang smiled disdainfully and looked at Guillaume. Sir, you must be stupid, right? Let's talk. Where was the 9 Suns' thunder fire when it was stolen? And where were you? Feng Zijuan was about to explode with anger. You can't be bothered to argue? Who is the one arguing with whom now? Guillaume also frowned and said, VIP room 1. I'm right next to you. That's right, Qin Feiyang said with a smile. What's right? Guillaume was suspicious. Shang Guanqiu also looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang looked at Shang Guanqiu and asked, Manager, what's Guillaume's cultivation level? Lower tier god of war. Shang Guanqiu said honestly. So powerful? Qin Feiyang looked at Guillaume in shock. Guillaume looked proud. Qin Feiyang sneered in his heart. He continued to look at Shang Guanqiu and asked, Manager, what's our cultivation level? Shang Guanqiu looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two and said, You and this lady are both lower tier gods of war, and this young master is a higher tier god of war. That's right. 2 lower tier gods of war and 1 higher tier god of war. Can we steal the 9 Suns' lightning fire in front of a lower tier divine emperor? Qin Feiyang said. That's right. Shang Guanqiu mumbled. The difference in cultivation level was too big. Even if the 3 of them had incredible abilities, they couldn't steal the 9 Suns' lightning fire in front of Guillaume without anyone noticing. Guillaume frowned and looked at Qin Feiyang. He had an ominous feeling. A lower-tier divine emperor. Such a terrifying existence. I'm afraid that even if we have the divine item of space, we can't steal the 9 Suns' lightning fire. Moreover, we're in the treasure hall. Even if we borrow courage from the heavens, we won't dare to cause trouble in the treasure hall. Qin Feiyang sighed. Shang Guanqiu nodded and said, That makes sense. In your opinion, what's the trick behind this? Qin Feiyang glanced at Guillaume and Feng Zijuan. He pondered for a while and asked, Manager, do you really want me to say it? Just say it. Shang Guanqiu said. Qin Feiyang said, Okay, let me ask first. When the 9 Suns' lightning fire was stolen, was the manager in the VIP room? I wasn't. Shang Guanqiu shook his head. Why not? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Shang Guanqiu said, Because Guillaume said that he wanted to talk to Feng Zijuan in private, so I left. I see. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood and said with a smile, Then I understand. Guillaume, Feng Zijuan, you two are really good at scheming. What do you mean? Feng Zijuan was at a loss. Guillaume's uneasiness grew stronger. Qin Feiyang looked at Feng Zijuan and said angrily, Don't you know what I mean? Previously at the auction house, I embarrassed you, and because you held a grudge in your heart, you deliberately put on this show with Guillaume to frame us. Frame us? Shang Guanqiu was stunned. After hearing this, Feng Zijuan was also stunned. When he came back to his senses, he immediately shouted, Nonsense! Nonsense? Then why did you send Shang Guanqiu away? Qin Feiyang sneered. Send me away? Shang Guanqiu frowned. Yes. They were sending you away. Because if you were there, they wouldn't be able to fake the scene of the 9 Suns' lightning fire being stolen. In fact, they faked the theft of the 9 Suns' lightning fire to take revenge on me. They were also using someone else to do their dirty work. Qin Feiyang said. That makes sense. The 9 Suns' lightning fire was stolen from the treasure pavilion, so the treasure pavilion can't escape the blame. For the sake of the treasure pavilion's reputation, you will definitely investigate to the end. Then, they will take the opportunity to instigate you to get rid of us. After he finished, he looked at Guillaume and Feng Zijuan and sneered. What a brilliant plan, I admire it. You're slandering me. Feng Zijuan shouted angrily. Guyong was also extremely angry. He never thought that he would be the one being blamed. He looked at Sheng Guanqiu and said in a low voice, "Do you believe their words?" Sheng Guanqiu pondered for a moment, then looked up at Guyong and said, "With your strength and status, I believe that no one here would dare to steal from you, so I have to believe it." After that, Sheng Guanqiu added, "Moreover, you said before that you didn't find anything like a space divine item in the VIP room. Without a space divine item, who could sneak into the VIP room?" Guyong's heart trembled. Chapter 1956. Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them and sneered. "Feng Zijuan, Master Guyong, you have nothing to say now, right? You!" Feng Zijuan was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He had come to settle accounts with the three of them, but he did not expect them to embarrass them with just a few words. Sheng Guanqiu said in a low voice, "Feng Zijuan, Guyong, I don't care what you want to do, but I advise you not to drag the treasure pavilion into this." Feng Zijuan said anxiously, "Sheng Guanqiu, they're just pretending to be a thief." "Don't be fooled," Qin Feiyang said. "You should know better than anyone who's pretending to be a thief." "You!" Feng Zijuan was so angry that he could not speak. "That's enough," Guyong shouted coldly. He looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two and sneered. "You're good. We admit defeat this time, but there's still time. Let's wait and see," Qin Feiyang said angrily. "Manager, did you see that? They're desperate and threatening us." Sheng Guanqiu glanced at Guyong and Feng Zijuan and said, "The three of them are now guests of the treasure pavilion, so I hope you can have some awareness. Don't worry. We won't do anything to them in the treasure pavilion. But it's hard to say once they leave the treasure pavilion. Feng Zijuan, let's go." Guyong smiled coldly, turned around, and slammed the door. Feng Zijuan followed behind him and said to himself, "Uncle Yong, are we just going to let it go? What else do you want? If we continue, it'll only make things worse. It's my fault. I underestimated the three of them. They are so shrewd," Guyong said telepathically. After the two of them left, Sheng Guanqiu looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two and said apologetically, "I'm so sorry to have frightened you." No. We have to thank you, manager. If you had stood up for us, I'm afraid we would have been killed by them today." Qin Feiyang quickly waved his hand and said gratefully, "You're too kind." Sheng Guanqiu shook his head and said with a smile, "Then you can continue. I'll go. Take care, steward." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said. After Sheng Guanqiu left, Fire Lotus hurriedly closed the door. She patted her chest and whispered, "You scared me to death. What's so scary about that?" Qin Feiyang was speechless. "Not everyone is like you." Fire Lotus pouted. "Me?" Qin Feiyang chuckled and said, "Actually, the truly powerful one is Brother Hua. Brother Jiang, your words are too much for me. Throughout the entire process, I only said one sentence. You were the one who spoke the rest. If you're amazing, then Brother Jiang is the one who's amazing." Hui laughed. "All right, stop flattering each other. You're all the same." Fire Lotus rolled her eyes at the two. Qin Feiyang and Hui looked at each other and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Fire Lotus said, "Brother, we have no use for those divine crystals. Should we return them to Big Brother Hui?" "Indeed, we don't need them." Qin Feiyang smiled and took out the interspatial ring. He handed it to Hui and said, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Hui shook his head and smiled. He took the interspatial ring and crushed the IOU. Ninth Heaven Palace. In a magnificent hall, a red-haired old man sat on a throne. His aura was unfathomable. At this moment, he was looking at two people below him with anger. The two people standing below him were Guyong and Feng Zijuan. Both of them lowered their heads and trembled in fear. They didn't dare to look at the red-haired old man. Someone who could make them so afraid must be the Hall Master of Ninth Heaven Palace's Resource Hall. "Good job. You use 400 million divine crystals to buy a cluster of 9 suns lightning fire. The funniest thing is that it was snatched away. Feng Zijuan, good job. I'm proud to have a descendant like you. And you, Guyong. An exalted small perfection divine lord is actually being toyed with by 3 brats who are still wet behind the ears. You really give this old man face. The red-haired old man broke the silence and laughed angrily at the two. Master, we know our mistake. Grandpa, we also know our mistake. The two shuddered and quickly knelt on the ground. What mistake did you make? It's all my fault. I didn't teach you well and caused you to be teased outside. You've embarrassed yourselves. That's right. It's all my fault. I'm ashamed. The red-haired old man smiled, but his smile was terrifying. Guyong and Guyong couldn't help but feel their hair stand. Grandpa, I'm sorry. Guyong lowered his head and said with a face full of self-blame. I'm sorry. The red-haired old man chuckled. But suddenly, he slammed his palm on the armrest of the chair and landed in front of Feng Zijuan. He slapped Feng Zijuan's face. Feng Zijuan flew out on the spot and pretended that his head was bleeding. What's the use of saying sorry? Let me tell you, this isn't a disgrace to you. It's a disgrace to this old man and your parents. Tell me, after doing such a stupid thing, how do you want this old man and your parents to face the world in the future? Face the disciples of 9 Heavens Palace? The red-haired old man blew his beard and glared. He was extremely angry. Grandpa, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please forgive me this time. Feng Zijuan ignored the blood on his face and crawled to the red-haired old man and begged. Scram! Go and reflect on your mistakes. Without this old man's orders, you're not allowed to take half a step out of the cultivation room. The red-haired old man shouted. Yes, yes, yes. Feng Zijuan nodded and ran out. Only Guyong was left. Guyong was also extremely nervous. His forehead was sweating. The red-haired old man looked at Guyong and didn't say anything for a long time. Get up. After some time, the red-haired old man turned and walked to the throne. He sat on it and looked at Guyong. Yes. Guyong replied respectfully and looked at the red-haired old man. The red-haired old man asked, Who are those 3 people? Guyong said, Disciple doesn't know them. According to Disciple's guess, they should be people who came to Sky Dragon's city for the first time. The red-haired old man said, Then it's easy. Find a chance to make them disappear. This time, there can't be any accidents. Also, don't let anyone see them. Disciple understands. Guyong nodded. The red-haired old man asked again, How is Gongzi Feng? Guyong said, He's still secretly doing things like killing people for money. But apart from that, he's quite honest. Honest? Humph. His existence is the shame of my Feng family. The red-haired old man snorted coldly. Master, forgive this disciple for offending you. Actually, compared to Feng Zijuan, Gongzi Feng's character and personality are much better. Guyong said. Of course this old man knows. But there's no other way. He can only blame himself for being an illegitimate child. My Feng family can't afford to lose face like this. The red-haired old man said. Sigh. Guyong couldn't help but sigh. The red-haired old man said. In short, his identity as an illegitimate child can't be revealed. Especially his mother's identity, no one can know about it. Yes. Guyong nodded. Go. The red-haired old man waved his hand. This disciple will take his leave. Guyong bowed respectfully and turned around to leave. Also in 9 Heaven Palace, in a training room. A purple-clothed youth stood in the training room with a shocked expression. This person was Gongzi Feng. In the air in front of Gongzi Feng, there were 2 figures. They were the 2 perfect war god-level strong men. A moment later, Gongzi Feng finally regained his senses. Looking at the 2 men, he asked, Are you sure? Of course. This matter has already spread throughout Sky Dragon City. The 2 men nodded. Haha. Gongzi Feng raised his head and laughed. I didn't expect I really didn't expect my big brother to make such a big mistake. This is great, this is great. Yes. Feng Zijuan made such a big mistake, your grandfather Feng Yuan won't let him off easily this time. The two men said. Sigh. Hearing this, Gongzi Feng let out a long sigh. Gongzi, why are you sighing? The two men didn't understand. Although Feng Zijuan made a mistake and embarrassed the Feng family, he is different from me. If it were me this time, I would definitely be dead. But Feng Zijuan, that old bastard, at most, he would be scolded a few times and face the wall for a few days. Gongzi Feng shook his head. Gongzi. The two men looked at Gongzi Feng with pity in their eyes. All right, you don't have to look at me with such pitiful eyes. I still believe that gold will shine sooner or later. Gongzi Feng smiled. Yes. The two men nodded. Gongzi Feng asked, have you seen the person who tricked Feng Zijuan? No. They were in the private room and didn't see each other. Maybe only Shang Guanqiu saw them. The two men said. Gongzi Feng pondered for a while and said, find a chance to meet them. Meet them for what? The two men were suspicious. Gongzi Feng smiled and said, haven't you heard of the saying? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I see. But won't it be a little abrupt for us to suddenly meet them? The two men frowned. Find a reason, then it won't be abrupt. Gongzi Feng said. What reason? The two men asked. I know that old bastard's character. This time, he has embarrassed Feng Zijuan in public. He will definitely not let it go. Gongzi Feng sneered. One of the men said, Gongzi, do you mean that Feng Zijuan will find a chance to get rid of them? That's right. Go immediately, don't miss the opportunity, and be friendly. Gongzi Feng reminded. We are now in the alley near the treasure pavilion. We won't miss it. The two men laughed. Very good. I will also go and show some concern for Feng Zijuan, and see how miserable he is now. Gongzi Feng smiled mockingly, turned off the image crystal, got up, and strode out of the cultivation room. Private room number 9. Qin Feiyang and Hui were drinking tea and chatting while paying attention to the auction outside. They were like two old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years, chatting happily. Brother Jiang, I don't think there are any good things left. Why don't we change places and have a few more drinks? Hui suggested. I have the same idea, but I want to wait a little longer. Qin Feiyang smiled. They had the 9 suns thunder fire and the ghost flower. They only lacked the ghost wood and the death fruit. If there was an auction later, wouldn't they miss it? Okay. Hui nodded and smiled. Chapter 1957. Dong Dong. Just as Qin Feiyang and Hui finished their conversation, another series of knocks came from the door. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other, a trace of suspicion creeping into their eyes. Could it be Feng Zijuan again? Come in. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly as he smiled faintly. 2 brawny men pushed the door open and entered. This? Qin Feiyang was stunned. How could it be these two? Hui transmitted his voice. Brother Jiang knows them? These two are young noble Feng's subordinates. Qin Feiyang thought to himself. The 2 brawny men entered the room and closed the door. Looking at the 3, they bowed. Greetings, young noble and young Mississippi. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously. You two are? Although he knew these two, they did not know him, because at that time, he was using Wang Dachuan's identity. One of the brawny men said, I am Mo Shan, this is my younger brother, Mo Yun, we are young noble Feng's subordinates. Young noble Feng's subordinates? Qin Feiyang pretended to be surprised and looked at the two, asking, You two are brothers? Yes. The two nodded. Qin Feiyang sized up the 2 of them. He suddenly frowned and said, Are you two here to help Feng Zijuan fight against injustice? No, no, no. The 2 quickly waved their hands. Don't play with me. Who in Sky Dragon City doesn't know that young noble Feng is Feng Zijuan's younger brother? Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. Young noble misunderstood. The two hurriedly said, looking anxious. Misunderstood? Then why don't you tell me why you're here? Qin Feiyang said. Mo Shan said. We are here to remind the three of you that Feng Yuan might harm the three of you. Please be careful. Who is Feng Yuan? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Mo Shan said. Feng Yuan is Feng Zijuan's grandfather. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization and said suspiciously. Then I'm puzzled. Feng Yuan is Feng Zijuan's grandfather, so naturally, he is also Gong Zifeng's grandfather. As Gong Zifeng's subordinates, why did you come here to inform him? What are you playing at? It's not convenient for us to talk about the details. In short, we are not your enemies. Goodbye. As soon as Mo Shan finished speaking, he turned around and left in quick steps. After watching the two of them leave, Hui turned to Qin Feiyang and frowned. Strange, what is this young noble Feng trying to do? Brother Hui, you might not know this, but Gong Zifeng is actually an illegitimate son. Usually, whether it's his big brother, big sister, or his grandfather, they don't like him. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. What? He's an illegitimate child. Hui was stunned. Qin Feiyang looked at Hui's expression and smiled. Even Brother Hui doesn't know. It seems this matter is a secret. How unexpected. Hui shook his head. Time flew by, and night fell. The auction finally ended. However, what Qin Feiyang and Mo Shan wanted did not appear. Although they were mentally prepared, the two of them were still disappointed. Let's go, Qin Feiyang said as he stood up. The three of them left the treasure pavilion. At night, Sky Dragon City was even more lively. This was especially true in those brothels, where the sounds of orioles and swallows could be heard, and people could drink and sing. At the same time as the three of them left the treasure pavilion, there was a black shadow that had been hiding in the shadows the entire time, following them. Hui smiled. Brother Jiang, do you know which restaurant is the most famous in Sky Dragon City? I don't know. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Jade Zither Restaurant, Hui said. Is it very interesting? Qin Feiyang was curious. Of course. There is a fundamental difference between the Jade Zither Restaurant and other restaurants. The other restaurants are usually filled with romance and extravagance. But this Jade Zither Restaurant is an elegant and quiet place. Hui smiled. Qin Feiyang smiled. For Brother Hui to praise it like that, it must be extraordinary. I really want to go take a look, Hui said. Okay, I'll lead the way. You treat. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. Brother, something's wrong. Suddenly, Hulian glanced at a dark alley and said in a low voice. Qin Feiyang smiled. You're a bit slow to realize it now. Fire Lotus was stunned. She looked at Qin Feiyang and Hui and found that the two of them were smiling. She asked in astonishment. You guys have already, the moment we left the treasure pavilion, I already noticed that someone was following us. It's just that I didn't say anything. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. This person must be Feng Yuan's lackey. It seems that Mo Shan and Hui are right. This Feng Yuan won't let this go. Hui shook his head and sighed. Although Feng Yuan's people wouldn't dare to make a move against them in public, as long as they left Sky Dragon City, they would definitely fall into danger. It would be a lie to say that he didn't have a headache after getting into such a big trouble. Hui sent a sound transmission. Brother Jiang, I want to ask, how do you plan to deal with this matter? Different situations call for different actions. Qin Feiyang laughed, without the slightest bit of worry on his face. Haha, different situations call for different actions. Compared to Brother Jiang's temperament, I'm really lacking. Hui laughed. The Jade Zither restaurant was also located in the center of Sky Dragon City. It was only about a dozen miles away from the treasure pavilion. It was an antique building. Under Hui's lead, the three of them quickly arrived at the entrance of the Jade Zither restaurant. Before they entered, they could already hear the melodious sound of the zither. The three of you, please come in. A woman in classical attire welcomed them with a smile on her face, giving off a comfortable and intimate feeling. The three of them stepped into the Jade Zither restaurant. The layout and decoration of this place was also unique. There were no independent rooms from the first floor to the fifth floor. Instead, there were rows of private seats. On both sides of the corridor, there were pots of white flowers at intervals, emitting a fragrance that assailed the nostrils. Other than that, there were no gorgeous decorations, nor was there the slightest bit of extravagance. Everything seemed simple. The 6th to 10th floors were places to rest and sleep. Hui said in a low voice, "Brother Jiang, there is a rule in the Jade Zither restaurant. I have to tell you in advance that you are not allowed to drink, cause trouble, or fight." In. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked around. There were more than 1,000 private seats on the first floor to the 5th floor. But at this moment, it was almost full. But even so, compared to the clamor of other restaurants, this place was very quiet. Other than the sound of the zither reverberating in the ears, it was difficult to hear any other noise. Everyone deliberately lowered their voices when they spoke. And the people here were basically young men and women. Qin Feiyang even saw many disciples of the Nine Heavens Palace. Qin Feiyang suspiciously said, "Brother Hua, why do I feel like this is a place to talk about love? Brother Jian has good eyesight." Hui laughed in a low voice. His laughter was very wretched. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. But such a quiet place was indeed suitable for young people to talk about love. Wait. Why did he say young people? Right now, wasn't he also a young man in his prime? Under the guidance of the woman in classical attire, the three of them went up to the 4th floor and walked to a private seat leaning against the railing. From here, they could clearly see the situation on the first floor below. Qin Feiyang and Hui sat opposite each other. Fire Lotus sat next to Qin Feiyang. Soon, a waiter brought wine and food. Qin Feiyang and Hui were drinking wine when they heard the sound of the zither. The beautiful sound of the zither was like flowing water, neither fast nor slow. It made one's heart involuntarily calm down. Who is this person playing the zither? Fire Lotus suspiciously poked her head out and looked at the 10th floor above. The sound of the zither came from a room on the 10th floor. But the door was closed, so they couldn't see the person playing the zither. This person playing the zither is the owner of the Jade Zither Pavilion. But she has another identity, and this identity is very scary. Hui smiled mysteriously. Fire Lotus helplessly said, "Brother Hui, can you not keep us in suspense? Have to maintain a little mystery, otherwise there won't be any surprises." Hui smiled. Fire Lotus was quite depressed. Qin Feiyang said, "Speaking of playing the zither, I know someone. Her zither music is not worse than the owner of the Jade Zither Pavilion." Hui was surprised and asked curiously, "Who?" "An elder of mine. In terms of seniority, she can be considered a great-grandmother." Qin Feiyang said. The person he was talking about was naturally Qin Rushwang. When Qin Rushwang was in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, she attracted the admiration of countless young talents. Great-grandmother level? Brother Jiang, are you joking? How can an old woman be compared to the owner of the Jade Zither Pavilion? Hui said unhappily. Old woman? Qin Feiyang's face twitched. At the same time, in the ancient castle, Qin Rushwang opened her eyes, her beautiful face full of anger. He actually called her an old woman? How preposterous! Fire Lotus also covered her mouth at the side. What? Did I say something wrong? Hui looked at the two suspiciously. No. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. Just as he finished speaking, Qin Feiyang seemed to have noticed something and looked down at the door on the first floor. Fire Lotus and Hui also looked down and saw a 25 or 26-year-old black-clothed youth walking into the first floor of the hall. It should be him, Hui murmured. Qin Feiyang nodded. The black-clothed youth's cultivation was not ordinary. He was a greater tier war god. After entering the hall, the black-clothed youth looked around with an expressionless face, then found a private room on the first floor and drank silently. However, his eyes would occasionally glance at Qin Feiyang and the other two. Fire Lotus's eyes flashed coldly and said, Although it's not a threat to us now, it doesn't feel good to be watched like this. No rush. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and asked Hui, Brother Hua, how do you usually earn soul stones? Soul stones? Hui was stunned. He picked up his wine cup and drank it in one gulp, then sighed. It's not that easy to earn soul stones. Why do you say that? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. You saw it too. Even the treasure pavilion uses divine crystals to trade, so it's very difficult to earn soul stones. Hui said. Qin Feiyang frowned. There must be a way, right? With enough soul stones, everyone's strength would be able to increase quickly. So no matter what, they had to get soul stones. Soul stones are priceless. Even if there are, no one will sell them. Take the treasure pavilion for example. As far as I know, not only do they have soul stones, but they also have soul veins. But they don't use soul stones to trade. Unless there's some treasure that they value. Hui said. Literature Museum. Chapter 1958. Important things. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and muttered to himself. Hui smiled and said, Of course, there's a shortcut. What shortcut? Qin Feiyang looked up at Hui. Burn, kill, and loot. Hui said. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Fire Lotus was also stunned. Burn, kill, and loot? How could he come up with such a stupid idea? Look at how nervous you are. I'm just joking. Hui shook his head and smiled. Actually, the best shortcut to earning soul stones is to enter Empyrean Palace. Tell me more. Qin Feiyang said. In Empyrean Palace, even if you're an outer disciple, you can receive 10 soul stones every month. Inner disciples can receive even more. They can receive 50 soul stones every month. Of course, the geniuses of Empyrean Palace, such as Feng Zijuan, can receive even more soul stones every month. In addition, you can also exchange precious herbs for soul stones. In the treasure pavilion, even the most precious herbs can only be exchanged for divine crystals. Empyrean Palace will give out missions every day. As long as you complete these missions, you can get a lot of soul stones. Hui finished in one breath, his face full of yearning. Such a good treatment? No wonder everyone in the North region wants to enter Empyrean Palace. Qin Feiyang mumbled. To be honest, Brother Jiang, I entered Empyrean Palace for soul stones. Hui sighed. It makes sense. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Are there any other forces in the North region besides Empyrean Palace? Yes. That force is the Treasure Pavilion. Don't underestimate the Treasure Pavilion just because it's a trading place. It's not only in the North region, but also in the East Tomb, West Desert, Southern Wilderness, and even the Divine Land. So, even the giants of Empyrean Palace are afraid of the Treasure Pavilion, Hui said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang said. No wonder Shang Guanqiu dared to scold Feng Zijuan. Shang Guanqiu can't be underestimated. Although she's only the manager of the Treasure Pavilion, her master is the famous Treasure Pavilion master. In terms of status, Feng Zijuan is like this in front of her. Hui stretched out his pinky and smiled. Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus looked at each other. Frankly speaking, before this, they did not think that Shang Guanqiu was that great. But who would have thought that his status would be so high? Being the disciple of the pavilion master of the Treasure Pavilion was not something that Feng Zijuan could compare to. Wait. 9 Heavens Palace's monthly expenses are so high. Where did they get so many soul stones? Qin Feiyang suspiciously looked at Hui. Of course it's the soul line. Rumor has it that half of the soul lines in the northern region are in 9 Heaven Palace. How many soul stones do you think they have? Hui said. This is too shocking. Qin Feiyang was shocked and asked. Then who has these soul veins? All the resources of 9 Heavens Palace are controlled by the Resource Hall Master. Hui said. The meaning was obvious. It was Feng Yuan who controlled the soul lines. Brother, if we get these soul lines, do you think we won't have to worry about soul stones for the rest of our lives? Fire Lotus whispered. Qin Feiyang and Hui heard this and their expressions suddenly became dull. Shoo! After Hui came back to his senses, he immediately made a shushing gesture towards Hua Lian and transmitted his voice. Little sister Hua Lian, you really won't rest until you've shocked people to death. Girl, you've got guts. You actually dare to have ideas about the soul lines of Nine Heavens Palace? Qin Feiyang also smiled bitterly. Fire Lotus smiled embarrassedly. Qin Feiyang said again, however, we can develop in this direction. What? Hui was stunned again. Fire Lotus also looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. What haven't I done before? A mere Nine Heavens Palace can't scare me. You siblings are two people who aren't afraid of anything. I'm really convinced. It seems that I have to keep a distance from you in the future. Otherwise, I'll be killed by you sooner or later. Hui smiled bitterly. I'm just joking. Don't take it seriously. Nine Heavens Palace is such a terrifying existence. Even if I borrow courage from the heavens, I wouldn't dare to provoke them. Qin Feiyang said. Joking? Hui was slightly stunned and shook his head. I really don't think you're joking. Qin Feiyang laughed involuntarily. He held the wine cup and sipped it while paying attention to the black-clothed youth on the first floor. Suddenly, his eyes flashed as he raised his head and drank all the wine in the cup. Then, he put down the cup and looked at Hui with a smile. Brother Hua, I suddenly thought of something that I have to take care of. Hui was stunned, then nodded. Do you need help? It's a small matter, there's no need. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Hui said, That's a pity. I originally wanted to drink with Brother Jiang. There's still a long way to go. Qin Feiyang laughed. That's true. Then let's establish a contract bridge so that we can contact each other in the future. Hui took out the image crystal. All right. Qin Feiyang also took out the image crystal. Soon, the contract bridge was completed. Qin Feiyang kept the image crystal, stood up and looked at Fire Lotus with a smile. Let's go. Brother Hui, goodbye. Fire Lotus stood up, gently and politely smiled at Hui, and then quickly left with Qin Feiyang. After Qin Feiyang and Hui walked out of the Jade Zither building, the black-clothed youth also put down dozens of spirit crystals and hurriedly left. Interesting. Hui looked at the door on the first floor, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. On the street, Qin Feiyang walked without looking back. Fire Lotus suspiciously asked, Qin Dage, where are we going? Outside the city. Qin Feiyang agreed in his heart. Then, he became silent. His eyes were sparkling. Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang's side profile with a trace of helplessness in her eyes. Although they had been together for a long time, she could not see through the man in front of her. It was as if there was a veil covering his body. The black-clothed youth had been hiding in the dark, paying attention to Qin Feiyang and Hui. Soon, the West City Gate entered Qin Feiyang's line of sight. Qin Feiyang did not stop and went straight out of the city. And the guards did not check the people who went out of the city. After leaving the city, Qin Feiyang glanced at the mountains in front of him, and then took Fire Lotus and sped up, passing through the plains without looking back, and disappeared into the mountains and forests. The black-clothed youth also followed all the way into the forest. However, he found that the person was actually gone. He jumped up and stood on the branch of a big tree, scanning the dense forest in front of him, and gradually frowned. Where was the person? Why was he gone? After following for so long, you must be tired. But suddenly, a cold voice sounded behind the black-clothed youth. The black-clothed youth was startled, and his whole body was dripping with cold sweat. But before he could react, a wisp of blood like lightning pierced through his lower abdomen, and blood gushed out. Then, a person appeared in front of him. It was Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang raised his arm, and without any explanation, grabbed the black-clothed youth's neck, and coldly snorted. Isn't it just humiliating, Zijuan? Is there a need to be so haunting? Before entering the forest, he immediately took Fire Lotus and entered the Black Tortoise world. And this time, he went out of the city to deal with this person. because he did not want to be too passive. The black-clothed youth was flustered. But suddenly, the black-clothed youth stared at the void behind Qin Feiyang, and shouted, "Be careful! You want to trick me with your insignificant skills?" Qin Feiyang sneered. But just as he finished speaking, a fatal crisis appeared in his heart. There's still someone else? His eyes darkened, and he turned his head to look. Behind him, there were actually two black-clothed men. The two black-clothed men each held a dagger that shone with a cold light, and were stabbing towards his back. And there was no aura at all, like two ghosts. Die. The two black-clothed men laughed, and their eyes were filled with ferocity. At such a close distance, it was expected that this person would not be able to react. However, they underestimated Qin Feiyang. Humph! Qin Feiyang coldly snorted, let go of the black-clothed youth, and smashed the two daggers with his backhand. Clang! Accompanied by two deafening noises, under the incredulous gaze of the two black-clothed men, the two daggers, in just an instant, were shattered one after another. The black-clothed youth landed on the ground, and when he saw this scene, his face was also filled with disbelief. Those two daggers, at first glance, were divine artifacts. He actually shattered divine artifacts with his bare hands? How terrifying was this person's physical body? How dare you sneak attack me, you're courting death! Qin Feiyang turned to look at the two black-clothed men, his eyes filled with a murderous aura that could not be dispersed. The one courting death is you! After the two black-clothed men calmed down, their eyes also flashed with a fierce light. Boom! Following closely, two terrifying divine auras appeared. Qin Feiyang sized up the two of them, and said in surprise, Perfect war gods? It's good that you know. If you don't want to die too miserably, then obediently let us capture you. The two of them laughed sinisterly and leaped towards Qin Feiyang. Hurry up and leave! The black-clothed youth reminded. Perfect war gods are just ants. Qin Feiyang's face was filled with disdain. He raised his hand and waved, and two blood-red rays of light, with an extremely terrifying speed, directly entered between the eyebrows of the two black-clothed men. Ah! Two shrill screams instantly resounded through the sky. The heads of the two black-clothed men were instantly shattered like watermelons, and their souls were also annihilated. The black-clothed youth was stunned. A beginner-level war god, with a wave of his hand, instantly killed two perfect war gods. Was this a dream? And at the same time that Qin Feiyang killed the two black-clothed men, two terrifying auras swept over from the West City Gate. Obviously. The previous exchange alarmed the guards at the city gate. Qin Feiyang glanced at the West City Gate and snatched the Qiankun bags of the two black-clothed men. Then, with a murderous look, he rushed in front of the black-clothed youth, stretched out his arm, and slapped towards the black-clothed youth's head. Don't kill me! I'm not an enemy! The black-clothed youth hurriedly shouted. His face was pale. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and grabbed the black-clothed youth. As if he was grabbing a little chick, he turned around and teleported, disappearing into the depths of the mountain like lightning. What happened? After Qin Feiyang disappeared, the two guards rushed into the forest. When they saw the corpses of the two black-clothed men, their faces were filled with shock. Literature Museum. Chapter 1959. Under the night sky, the mountains seemed to be covered with a mysterious veil. Every giant peak and every mountain ridge was like a ferocious giant beast. In the sky above a certain valley, a white figure flew across the sky and landed on the mountain peak. It was Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang looked around and threw the black-clothed youth on the ground. Then, he ignored the black-clothed youth and took out the two Qiankun bags and checked them. The black-clothed youth struggled to get up and stared at Qin Feiyang, his eyes filled with fear. Not bad. There are actually more than 1,000 soul stones in total. A moment later, Qin Feiyang's face gradually revealed a smile. As he spoke, he took out a set of clothes from one of the Qiankun bags. On the clothes, there was an eye-catching flame pattern. However, it was different from the flame pattern he had seen before. In the middle of the flame pattern, there was a sword. The black-clothed youth looked at the pattern and said in a deep voice, "It's indeed someone from the Nine Heaven Palace's Law Enforcement Hall." Law Enforcement Hall? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. He looked at the black-clothed youth and asked in surprise, "You know about it?" The black-clothed youth nodded and explained, "The pattern of the Law Enforcement Hall is different from the other patterns of the Nine Heaven Palace. Their pattern has an additional sword. So that's how it is." Qin Feiyang nodded and sent the 2 Qianqun bags to the castle. He looked at the black-clothed youth and asked, "Who are you? Why are you following me?" The black-clothed youth hesitated. Qin Feiyang said, "You should know that if you don't speak, I will kill you without hesitation." The black-clothed youth's pupils shrank. Sigh. After a while, the black-clothed youth sighed and took a facial restoration pill. His appearance immediately began to change. Soon, a handsome and tall youth appeared in Qin Feiyang's line of sight. The youth was about 1.78 meters tall and had handsome facial features. He had an extraordinary temperament. There was also a natural arrogance between his eyebrows. Looking at the young man standing in front of him, Qin Feiyang was extremely astonished. The youth cupped his hands and said, "This one is Gongzi Feng. Greetings, brother." That was right. This person was Gongzi Feng. "How could it be you? Why are you following me?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Gongzi Feng said, "I received news that someone in the treasure pavilion made Feng Zijuan suffer a great loss, so I wanted to see with my own eyes who it was." "I see. Now that you've seen it, what do you think?" Qin Feiyang joked. Gongzi Feng smiled bitterly and said, "Your Excellency's strength is so terrifying. Would I dare to have any thoughts about it?" "Ha ha!" Qin Feiyang laughed and said, "You don't have to be nervous, I won't hurt you." "Why?" Gongzi Feng was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, "Because you are Gongzi Feng." "Because I'm Gongzi Feng?" Gongzi Feng was getting more and more confused. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Wang Dachuan." "Wang Dachuan." Gongzi Feng quivered, looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise, and asked, "Could it be that you are Wang Dachuan's friend?" "Friend?" Qin Feiyang was stunned, and shook his head helplessly. "You think too highly of him." This, Gongzi Feng frowned as he kept thinking in his mind. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "You are Wang Dachuan?" Qin Feiyang laughed. "To be exact, Wang Dachuan is already dead." "I see." Hearing this, Gongzi Feng finally understood and sighed. "I really didn't expect that the person who made Feng Zijuan lose face would be you." Qin Feiyang said, "This is also a greeting gift for you." "Greeting gift?" Gongzi Feng said in shock. "You embarrassed him because of me?" "Not entirely. It just so happened that he provoked me, so I helped you teach him a lesson." Qin Feiyang laughed. Gongzi Feng was a little dazed. He shook his head and said, "You are really good, I admire you. Then may I ask, what is your real name?" "Jiang Haotian." Qin Feiyang said. "Jiang Haotian." Gongzi Feng muttered, searching in his mind, but he realized that he had no impression of this name. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Don't think about it. I have never been to Sky Dragon City before. As for my identity, you don't have to ask." "Yes, yes, yes." Gongzi Feng nodded repeatedly. "How is it? Now, do you think I can help you?" Qin Feiyang said. "Yes, of course." Gongzi Feng laughed heartily. Qin Feiyang said, "Then I will have to rely on you for the news of Qin Batian." This, Gongzi Feng hesitated. "Brother Jiang, if it is anything else, I dare to guarantee you, but regarding Qin Batian, I can only say that I will do my best." "It's fine as long as you do your best." Qin Feiyang smiled. Gongzi Feng took out the image crystal and said, "In that case, shall we establish a contract bridge?" "All right." Qin Feiyang nodded. After the contract bridge was established, the joy on Gongzi Feng's face intensified. Although the identity of this man before him was unknown, as long as he could help him, nothing else mattered. Brother Jiang, actually, to tell you the truth, I don't care about myself. What I want to do the most is to clear my mother's name. Gong Zifeng put away the image crystal, his expression turning melancholic. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang felt suspicious. Gong Zifeng said, Do you know why I hate Feng Yuan and the others so much? Because you are an illegitimate child. Qin Feiyang said. What? Gong Zifeng was dumbfounded, asking in surprise, How did you know? As long as one is willing, it is not difficult to find out. However, that is all I know. Qin Feiyang said. Brother Jiang, you're really a scary person. Gong Zifeng shook his head, looking at the waning moon in the sky, and said, Actually, the biggest reason why I am ostracized by Feng Zijuan and the others is not because I am an illegitimate child, but because of my mother. Qin Feiyang crossed his arms and looked at Gong Zifeng silently. Gong Zifeng pondered for a moment, then turned and walked to the edge of the cliff, looking down at the mountains below, and said, My mother used to be a woman in a brothel. Qin Feiyang frowned. Gong Zifeng laughed self-deprecatingly and said, Brother Jiang, after hearing this, do you also think that I am lowly? Wrong. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Wrong? Gong Zifeng turned and looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Qin Feiyang said, In this world, everyone is equal. There is no difference between lowly and noble. Thank you. Gong Zifeng smiled gratefully, and then a trace of anger appeared in his eyes. He said, But Feng Zijuan and the others don't think so. In their eyes, my mother is a lowly woman in a brothel, and a disgrace to the Feng family. What about you? Qin Feiyang asked. Me? Of course I love my mother very much. Because she is the one who gave me life. Gong Zifeng laughed softly. If you think so, it means that I am not helping the wrong person. Because I hate people who don't even recognize their own parents. Such people are worse than animals. Qin Feiyang said. Yes. Filial piety and gratitude are the most basic principles of being a child. Unfortunately, I don't even have the chance to be filial now. Gong Zifeng said sadly. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and asked, Your mother is no longer alive? Yes. Gong Zifeng nodded, and 2 drops of tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. He said, Many years ago, my mother was killed by my father. What? Your father killed her with his own hands? Qin Feiyang was shocked. That's right. Gong Zifeng closed his eyes in pain and muttered, This memory is the pain of my life. I want to forget it, but I just can't. Every late night, my mother's despair and miserable cries would resound in my mind. Why did your father do that? Qin Feiyang asked with a frown. That was a very long time ago. When my father was young, he was a womanizer. Once, he went to drink with some of his friends, and he accidentally saw my mother. When my mother was young, she was very beautiful. My father also took a fancy to her. Since then, he went to look for my mother every day. Of course, my mother knew very well that, given my father's status, it was impossible for him to truly like her. He was merely greedy for a moment of pleasure. Even so, love grew with time, and my mother gradually fell in love with that man. Furthermore, not long after that, she gave birth to his child. That child was me. However, my mother didn't tell him. That's because my father was already married at that time. Firstly, it was because my mother felt inferior. She felt that she was not worthy of my father. Secondly, she didn't want to make things difficult for my father. Thus, my mother left without saying a word. She went to a distant place and concealed her identity. Gong Zifeng said. She went to a distant place? Qin Feiyang was startled. Then, he asked suspiciously, Your mother clearly did not want you and your father to recognize each other. If that's the case, why would such a situation occur? Do you know how difficult it is for a woman, a weak woman, to raise a child by herself? However, my mother never complained. She quietly raised me and taught me meticulously. During that time, although I didn't know who my father was, I lived a very happy life. However, one day, a great calamity befell me. When Gong Zifeng said that, an overflowing evil aura soared from his body. This evil aura caused Qin Feiyang to tremble. He had never seen such a terrifying evil aura before. At that time, there was a very powerful person in the small town that we lived in. He had always wanted my mother to become his concubine. Furthermore, he said that he would treat me as his own son. However, my mother knew that it was a lie. Thus, she never agreed to it. Later on, that person flew into a rage out of humiliation. He captured me and forced my mother to submit. In desperation, my mother had no choice but to seek my father's help. When my father found out that he had a son like me, he was also very surprised. However, he still acted. He killed that person and saved me. However, right when I thought that I had a father and would finally be able to enjoy his love, my father suddenly made a move on me and my mother. Furthermore, the reason for that was that our existence was a stain on their Feng family's reputation. Gong Zifeng shouted. The evil aura he emitted grew even more terrifying. Hatred filled his eyes. Chapter 1960. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. There was a saying that even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. However, this Gong Zifeng's father not only wanted to kill his own woman, but also his own child. How ruthless must he be to be able to do something like this? Although he had yet to meet this Nigh Heaven's Palace's law enforcement elder, his impression of him had already been greatly reduced. Qin Feiyang asked. Then how did you escape? It was my mother. My mother knelt before him and begged him in every possible way before he agreed to let me go. However, the condition was that my identity as an illegitimate child could never be revealed, nor could anyone know who my birth mother was. I was a pitiful worm with no one to rely on. Naturally, I could only agree to these conditions. After that, he brought me to Nigh Heaven's Palace. However, the reason he brought me to Nigh Heaven's Palace was not to take care of me, but to make it convenient for him to keep an eye on me. Because they were worried that I would take revenge on them. Gong Zifeng said. Suddenly having a son like you would definitely attract criticism from outsiders. Then, what did your father say to others? Qin Feiyang asked. Back then, when he brought me back to Nigh Heaven's Palace, there were indeed many people who asked him about my identity. He had long since made arrangements to tell others that I was the son of him and Yin Hui. However, I was raised outside since I was young and didn't make it public. This Yin Hui was his legal wife, Feng Zijuan's birth mother. Gong Zifeng said. Did no one suspect anything? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. No. Because my mother gave me the name Gong Zifeng, which also has the word Feng in it. Thus, no one thought too much about it. As for me, I naturally became their youngest son. Many people envied me. I had such a powerful grandfather, such powerful parents, big brother and big sister. However, they didn't know how hard it was for me all these years. No matter what I did, I had to be careful, lest they caught something that could be used against me. Because once they caught something that could be used against me, it would be the time of my death. It could be said that no one could understand how I spent all these years. No one could understand how I felt. Gong Zifeng said in pain. No. I can feel it. I can understand it. Qin Feiyang shook his head. You! Gong Zifeng was startled and he looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. My experience and your father's. Back then, my father also wanted to kill me. It was also my mother who kneeled before him and begged him bitterly. Only then was I able to keep my life. However, there is a difference. My father killed me, to protect the billions of people below. As for your father, he truly wanted to kill you. Qin Feiyang said. Gong Zifeng was stunned. He sighed and said, I never thought that there would be someone in this world who had the same experience as me. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. I didn't expect that there would be someone more pitiful than me in this world. STTT. TTTS. TTTT. TT. Fate is in your own hands. to break free from the shackles, to stand out, to gain respect, and to clear your mother's name, you have to work harder than others. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Choose to. Gong Zifeng murmured. Gradually, there was a hint of understanding in his eyes. He turned to Qin Feiyang and bowed, saying, "Thank you for your reminder, Brother Jiang." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled, saying, "I didn't do anything. You don't have to thank me." "No. Brother Jiang's words are like a ray of light to me. It's very meaningful. However, I'm still a little confused." "What should I do?" Gong Zifeng said. Qin Feiyang smiled. "You don't have to do anything. You just have to work hard, be careful, and don't make any mistakes." "I can do that, but is it meaningful?" Gong Zifeng was doubtful. "Of course. In the future, I will make Feng Zijuan keep making mistakes. At that time, your father and grandfather will look at Feng Zijuan, who is getting worse day by day. When they look back at you, they will slowly realize that you are stronger than Feng Zijuan. As time passes, my attitude towards you might change." Qin Feiyang smiled. Gong Zifeng was overjoyed when he heard this. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Brother Jiang. Please rest assured that I will try my best to find out about Qin Beishan's news. This is called mutual benefit." Qin Feiyang said. "Haha, yes, mutual benefit." Gong Zifeng laughed heartily. The next day, early morning, on the side of the West City Gate, a large group of people were discussing. In the middle of the crowd, there were two headless corpses. It was the two men in black. At this moment, an 8-foot man squatted beside the corpses. His eyes were gloomy. This person was Guillaume. "Lord Guillaume, do you recognize the owner of these two corpses?" The two city guards looked at Guillaume and asked. "Yes. They are the law enforcers of my 9 Heavens Palace," Guillaume said in a deep voice. "What?" "They are the law enforcers of 9 Heavens Palace. Who has the guts to kill the law enforcers?" The surrounding crowd was in an uproar. The faces of the two city guards were also filled with shock. Guillaume got up, looked at the two guards, and asked, "Where did you find their corpses?" "In the jungle over there. Last night, we heard the sound of fighting, so we immediately rushed over to check it out. But when we rushed over, we only saw the corpses of these two lords, and the murderer was nowhere to be seen." The two city guards said. "Bastard! Little bastard, I have really underestimated you." Guillaume cursed secretly. "Ayaya, why are there two corpses here?" Suddenly, there was a strange cry. As soon as Guillaume heard this voice, a piercing cold light appeared in his eyes. He turned around and looked up. He saw a man and a woman standing outside the crowd. The man was wearing a white robe, his figure was tall and straight like a pine tree, his black hair fluttering in the wind, and a faint smile on his face. The woman was tall and her hair was like a waterfall. Even though she was wearing a mask to cover her face, it could not hide her graceful bearing. The two of them were Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus. Qin Feiyang and Gong Zifeng chatted for the entire night, and only separated at dawn. Gong Zifeng naturally returned to 9 Heavens Palace. Qin Feiyang brought Fire Lotus back to Sky Dragon City, and just happened to see this scene. Fire Lotus looked at the two corpses, then looked at Guillaume, and said in surprise, "Brother, isn't this Lord Guillaume?" "That's him. Lord Gu. To be able to meet him so early in the morning, we are really fated." Qin Feiyang smiled. Guillaume looked at the two of them, his hands clenched, and his gloomy eyes were extremely frightening. "Why does his voice sound so familiar? I seem to have heard it before?" In the crowd, some people looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. "Wait, he seems to be the one who fought with Feng Zijuan for the 9 Sun Lightning Fire at the auction house yesterday." "Really?" "That's right, that's him. I was at the auction house yesterday. I saw it with my own eyes and heard it with my own ears." "So he's that madman?" Everyone's eyes changed. Someone who dared to make fun of Feng Zijuan was definitely not a simple person. Qin Feiyang looked at Guillaume, then at the crowd in front of him, and said with a smile, "Everyone, can you move aside?" The crowd quickly moved aside. Qin Feiyang brought Fire Lotus and walked to Guiyong's side with a happy face. Looking at the two corpses, he was speechless. Even their heads are gone, what a pitiful death! Lord Ge, I heard you say that they were the enforcers of Nine Heavens Palace? Fire Lotus turned to look at Guiyong and asked suspiciously. That's right. Guiyong nodded. This murderer is really daring, he even dared to touch the people of Nine Heavens Palace. Fire Lotus said in shock. Miss is right. Daring to touch the people of Nine Heavens Palace, no matter who he is, no matter how strong his background is, he will die without a doubt. Guiyong sneered. These words were naturally for Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus to hear. It was because he knew in his heart that those two black-clothed men were definitely killed by Qin Feiyang. Lord Ge, you're right. Who dares to offend a giant like Nine Heavens Palace? But Lord Ge, there's a good saying, those who have nothing to lose are not afraid of those who wear shoes. Some people are not so easy to deal with. We'll meet again. Qin Feiyang chuckled, then brought Fire Lotus and entered the city, disappearing into the crowd. The two city guards stared blankly at the backs of Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus, even forgetting to check on them. Their eyes were filled with admiration. Daring to be so arrogant in front of Guiyong, these two young men were really daring. In the next few days, Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus stayed in the auction house during the day and cultivated in the castle at night. But regretfully, the god of death fruit and Yin spirit wood did not appear. Guiyong also seemed to have given up, no longer sending people to follow and monitor Qin Feiyang. On the fifth day, Qin Feiyang was still the same as before, quietly sitting in the auction house's 9th private room. And now, the 9th private room was like his personal VIP room. Because every time he came, he would be in this private room. Dong! At noon, there was a knock on the door. Come in, Fire Lotus said. The door was gently pushed open, and two familiar figures, one male and one female, entered the private room. It's you two? Fire Lotus was stunned. The two people were none other than Gao Xiaolong and Gao Xiaowei. Big brother Jiang. Gao Xiaowei ran up to Qin Feiyang, greeting him warmly. Qin Feiyang looked at the siblings, frowning. What are you two doing here? Can't we come? The siblings looked at each other, then looked suspiciously at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said, The matter between me and Feng Zijuan, you two should have heard about it. I already heard about it when I entered the city. Gao Xiaolong nodded. Big brother Jiang, you're really amazing, you even dared to tease Feng Zijuan. Gao Xiaowei giggled, her eyes sparkling like little stars. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Be serious, since you already know, why did you still come looking for me? That's right. If Feng Zijuan's lackeys see you too, you'll be implicated. Fire Lotus added. Chapter 1961. So that's what you're worried about. Gao Xiaolong was enlightened and smiled. Thank you for your concern, but it's okay because when we came in, no one saw us. That's good. Qin Feiyang sighed in relief and asked, How's the Gua family? Gao Xiaolong smiled. Thanks to big brother Jiang, everything has been settled. The old patriarch has been buried, but, speaking of this, the smile on Gao Xiaolong's face disappeared and was replaced by a trace of gloominess. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Gao Xiaolong sighed. Gua Sweki escaped. How could you let her escape? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Gao Xiaolong said, It was Gua Zixiong who self-destructed, giving Gua Sweki a chance to escape. I've been tracking her for a long time, but I couldn't find her. Gua Sweki. Qin Feiyang was silent. Gao Xiaolong smiled. But one Gua Sweki can't make any waves. Wrong. Gua Sweki's talent is not worse than yours. If you give her time, you may not be her opponent in the future. Qin Feiyang said. This? Gao Xiaolong frowned. But there's no other way. The northern region is so big, to find one person is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. Gao Xiaolong nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Go back to Nine Heavens Palace. Don't come looking for me in the future. Okay. But there's something I want to ask Big Brother Jiang for help, Gao Xiaolong said. Qin Feiyang asked. Is it about your sister entering Nine Heavens Palace? Yes. Now, shall we is my only family in the world, I can't let her wander outside alone. So I want to ask Big Brother Jiang to help shall we pass the test, Gao Xiaolong said. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and shook his head. I can't help with this. Why? Gao Xiaolong asked. Because if I help shall we, it's equivalent to telling Feng Yuan that you siblings are related to me. This will only harm you, Qin Feiyang said. Then what should we do? It's impossible for Xiao Hui to pass the test with her own abilities. Gao Xiaolong was anxious. Qin Feiyang said. Go find Gong Zifeng, he will help you and your sister. Young Master Feng? Gao Xiaolong was stunned, frowning. How can he help us? Qin Feiyang said. Just go and find him. When he asks you, just say it was my arrangement. This? Gao Xiaolong hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right, little Hui, let's go. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Gao Xiaohui bowed to express her gratitude and followed Gao Xiaolong out of the room. After the two left, Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. Now your conscience won't be condemned, right? Of course not. I've already repaid what I owed them. From now on, it will depend on their own luck. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Then, what if they find out the truth later that it was because of you that their Gao family was exterminated and they hate you? Fire Lotus asked. Qin Feiyang smiled. If that's the case, what's the harm in killing them? What's the harm in killing them? Fire Lotus muttered to herself and sighed. Gao Xiaolong, Gao Xiaohui, you two better take care of yourselves. Time flew by. The sun set in the west and night fell. On the high stage, the auctioneer was still Shang Guanqiu. Today is almost over. Let's prepare the last auction item. Shang Guanqiu looked around and took out a palm-sized metal box from the spatial ring on his index finger. Everyone looked at the metal box curiously. Shang Guanqiu waved his hand and the metal box opened with a click. A terrifying heat wave surged out of the box. The whole auction house turned into a giant furnace in an instant. This is... Qin Feiyang leaned back in his chair and felt the terrifying heat wave. He immediately sat up straight and stared at the metal box. Shang Guanqiu lifted a finger and a flame flew out of the metal box and floated in the air. Alchemy fire. Qin Feiyang was excited. Judging from the aura, it was a grade 9 alchemy fire. A grade 9 alchemy fire was exactly what he wanted. Whether it was refining the spirit-breaking pill or the Dragon Soul Primordial Spirit Pill, they all needed a god-level alchemy fire. The Nether Devil Flame was only at grade 9. Therefore, it needed 3 more grade 9 alchemy fires to reach the god level. This is a grade 9 alchemy fire. The starting price is 500,000 and there is no upper limit. Let the auction begin. As soon as Shang Guanqiu finished speaking, the sound of bidding was heard. Qin Dage, if you want to make a move, do it now. Because with your current reputation, as long as you open your mouth, I believe no one else will make a bid. Fire Lotus said. In the time that Fire Lotus opened her mouth, the price had already risen to 1 million. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he was stunned. Am I that famous? Why don't you try? Fire Lotus smiled. Okay. I'll try. Qin Feiyang laughed and said, 1,500,000. As soon as the voice came out, the whole place fell into a dead silence. Is it him? Yes, it's him. I can't be more familiar with this voice. He's still in the auction house? This is not good. Soon. The auction house was in an uproar. As Fire Lotus expected, no one made a bid. What's wrong with them? Why didn't the person in the 9th private room make a bid? In a private room, there were 5 young men and women who looked at the people in the auction house suspiciously. There were 3 men and 2 women. They were dressed in gorgeous clothes and had an extraordinary temperament. They don't dare to compete with this person. Another white-clothed youth pushed open the door and said with a smile, "Big brother, yeah, you're back." The 3 men and 2 women got up to welcome him. The white-clothed youth nodded and walked to the window. He looked at the 9th private room and his eyes flickered. "Big brother, yeah, what did you do just now?" The 3 men and 2 women looked at him suspiciously. The white-clothed youth said, "I went to find out what happened in Sky Dragon City recently." "Did you find out anything?" one of the purple-clothed women asked. "Yes. There was one thing that was the most shocking. A few days ago, someone not only cheated Feng Zijuan of 400 million god crystals, but also humiliated him." The white-clothed youth smiled. "What? Who is so daring to cheat Feng Zijuan?" The 5 of them were shocked. The white-clothed youth said, "This person is in the 9th private room. So it's him." No wonder no one dared to say anything when he opened his mouth. "Big brother, yeah, is his identity scarier than Feng Zijuan?" The 5 of them sighed. The white-clothed youth shook his head and said, "This person's identity is still a mystery." "Do we still want the alchemy fire?" a black-clothed man asked. "Of course. Big brother Nye has always wanted a 9th-grade alchemy fire. Now that there's a chance, why not snatch it?" The other 4 said. "But this person dares to cheat Feng Zijuan. What if we get cheated too?" The black-clothed man frowned. The 4 of them remained silent and looked at the white-clothed youth. The white-clothed youth thought for a while and shook his head. "Forget it. This person's identity is mysterious. It's better not to make enemies with him." On the high platform, Shang Guanqiu's beautiful eyebrows gradually frowned. When Qin Feiyang opened his mouth, she thought that the situation from a few days ago would happen again. She was very happy, because her treasure pavilion was about to make a fortune again. However, as time passed, no one increased the price. This was completely different from the beautiful situation she had imagined. What were these people doing? After all, this was a 9th-grade alchemy fire. How could they just give it to someone else? Shang Guanqiu glanced at the 9th private room and asked unwillingly, 1,500,000. Is there anyone else? Everyone remained silent. Where's Feng Zijuan? Where's the Feng family? Come out. At this moment, she could not wait to hear the Feng family's voice. However, after waiting for a while, no one made a sound. This is a big loss. Shang Guanqiu shook his head helplessly and announced the result. Qin Dage, did you see that? Now you're in Sky Dragon City. You're a ruthless person that everyone is afraid of. Fire Lotus covered her mouth and laughed. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly. This scene was really unexpected. Shang Guanqiu must hate him to death. However, this 9th-grade alchemy fire was too cheap. The starting price was only 500,000. After all, in the Great Qin Dynasty and the Forgotten Continent, a 9th-grade alchemy fire could not be found at all. It could be said to be a priceless treasure. Today's auction has come to an end. Everyone, please come early tomorrow. Shang Guanqiu smiled politely and left with the alchemy fire. The people in the auction house also stood up and gradually dispersed. In the private room, Qin Feiyang entered the ancient castle and took out 1,500,000 divine gems. He put them in a qiankun bag and prepared to leave with Fire Lotus. However, at this moment, Shang Guanqiu came to him and reluctantly handed the alchemy fire to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang thanked him and also handed the qiankun bag to Shang Guanqiu. Shang Guanqiu looked at the divine gems in the qiankun bag and his face twitched slightly. He said, "Young master, in the history of the treasure pavilion, a 9th-grade alchemy fire has never been sold for less than 5 million. This time, you got it for only 1,500,000. You got a great deal. Haha, this is all thanks to everyone's care." Qin Feiyang laughed. Shang Guanqiu rolled his eyes. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly. He looked at Shang Guanqiu and said with a smile, "Miss, why don't we sit down and talk?" Shang Guanqiu was slightly stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. He sat opposite Qin Feiyang and asked, Young master, what do you want to talk about? Miss, you are pure and intelligent. I don't think I can hide anything from you, Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Pure and intelligent. I can't afford to be praised like that. Young master, if you have any good deals, just say it. As long as it is valuable, the treasure pavilion will accept it. Shang Guanqiu said with a smile. Miss, you are indeed a businesswoman. Then I won't hide it. Qin Feiyang took out an elixir from his qianquan bag and put it on the tea table. However, it was not a potential elixir, but a Juki yellow dragon elixir. Chapter 1962. Shang Guanqiu held the Juki yellow dragon pill and looked at it over and over again. Her eyes were full of surprise. It had 5 elixir veins. Most importantly, she had never seen this medicinal pill before. Fire Lotus frowned and asked secretly, Qin Dage, is this appropriate? I've thought about it. Even if I successfully enter the 9th Heaven Palace, the soul stones I get are far from enough, so I have to think of another way. Pills like the potential elixir are undoubtedly the fastest shortcut. Compared to the potential elixir, the Juki yellow dragon pill is slightly inferior, so it shouldn't cause too much trouble. Of course, there's another reason why I'm doing this, Qin Feiyang explained. What is it? Fire Lotus was puzzled. The demon ancestor, Dong Jingyang, Mu Tianyang, and Mu Qing entered the ancient world before us. I wonder where they are now. So I want to use the Juki yellow dragon pill to lure them out. Similarly, I'm using the name Jian Haotian to lure them out. Because they all know that I've used this name before. Qin Feiyang thought. I see. Fire Lotus was enlightened. Shang Guanqiu thought for a long time but couldn't figure out what kind of pill it was. So she looked up at Qin Feiyang and asked, Young master, what is this pill called? What are its effects? The Juki yellow dragon pill can increase the cultivation of battle kings and battle emperors. The more elixir veins there are, the higher the cultivation level. For example, the Juki yellow dragon pill in your hand has 5 elixir veins, so it can increase the cultivation level by 4 levels at once. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. What? Shang Guanqiu was stunned and couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. She asked, Young master, you're not fooling me, are you? Qin Feiyang frowned and said unhappily, Miss, you're being too serious. I wouldn't dare to talk nonsense in the treasure pavilion. Young master, don't be angry. I was also too shocked. That's why I had my suspicions. That's because I've never heard of such a medicinal pill before. Shang Guanqiu hurriedly explained. Qin Feiyang said, In that case, miss, you can try it out first. All right. I'll arrange it right away. If what young master said is true, I will personally go and talk to young master. Shang Guanqiu said. Then I'll wait for the good news. However, only you and I know about this. Qin Feiyang smiled. I understand. Shang Guanqiu nodded. Qin Feiyang smiled and quickly left with Fire Lotus. Sitting alone in the private room, Shang Guanqiu looked at the 9 tunes yellow dragon pill in disbelief. If this pill was really able to improve the cultivation of Battle Emperor and Battle Emperor, it would be extremely valuable. Wait a minute! A moment later, Shang Guanqiu suddenly thought of something. He quickly got up and ran outside. However, he did not see Qin Feiyang after he ran out of the treasure hall. What a fool! I didn't establish a contract with him. She stood at the entrance of the treasure hall and slapped her forehead angrily. Steward, what's wrong with you? The guards at the door looked at her in confusion. Nothing. Shang Guanqiu waved his hand and turned to enter the treasure hall. However, he suddenly stepped back and looked at the 2 guards. In the future, if Jian Haotian comes to the treasure hall, you must treat him well and inform me immediately. Jian Haotian? The 2 guards were confused. Shang Guanqiu said, The one who cheated Feng Zijuan a few days ago. Got it. The 2 guards nodded. Shang Guanqiu also left in a hurry. The Black Tortoise World. Qin Feiyang stood against the wind and looked at the image in the void with a smile on his face. At the side, Hua Lian had a face full of suspicion. After leaving the treasure hall, they found a dark alley and entered the Black Tortoise world. Then, they returned to the treasure hall. Therefore, they both saw Sheng Guanqiu chasing after them. Fire Lotus looked away and asked in confusion, Qin Dage, why didn't you establish a contract with her? Girl, this is the trick. Qin Feiyang smiled. Trick? Fire Lotus was stunned. That's right. There's a saying that goes, what you don't get is the most precious. What you get too easily will not be cherished. In short, when dealing with a shrewd person like Sheng Guanqiu, you must seize the initiative. Qin Feiyang smiled. I see. Fire Lotus smiled in realization. You're waiting for her to come to you. Correct. Qin Feiyang nodded. Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang and sighed. Qin Dage, I feel more and more that you're too scary. Scary? How so? Is there anyone kinder than me in this world? Qin Feiyang laughed and controlled the Black Tortoise realm, silently flying out of the city. How narcissistic. Fire Lotus shook her head, but there was a trace of a smile on her face. Although this man's actions were unpredictable, it was undeniable that he was really good to the people around him. Take her for example. If it was someone else, who was not related to her, would he be so kind to help her? Obviously not. Therefore, in comparison, this man was really outstanding. Just as Fire Lotus's imagination was running wild, Qin Feiyang controlled the Black Tortoise realm and took out the image crystal. Buzz! A fiery red shadow appeared. When Hui saw Qin Feiyang, he teased, Brother Jiang, you're in the limelight at the treasure pavilion again today. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and asked, Are you still at the Jade Zither Pavilion? Yes. I've been waiting for you to come here for a drink, but you didn't come. I'm a little sad, Hui said with a look of dissatisfaction. Let's talk about it after drinking. The Black Dragon Lake you mentioned last time, where is it in the Sky Dragon Mountain range? Can you give me the coordinates? Qin Feiyang said. Hui was stunned and asked suspiciously, You're going to the Black Dragon Lake now? Let's go and take a look. Qin Feiyang smiled. You. Hui shook his head and straightforwardly gave the coordinates to Qin Feiyang. Thanks. Qin Feiyang thanked him and was about to turn off the image crystal. Wait. Is there any movement from Feng Yuan and Guiyong recently? Hui asked. Nope. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Hui frowned and said, I haven't seen any suspicious people in the past few days. What are they thinking? I don't believe that they will give up. They're not so kind people. This is just the calm before the storm, Qin Feiyang said. Then you have to be careful, Hui warned. You too. Qin Feiyang smiled and turned off the image crystal. While they were talking, the Black Tortoise world had already left Sky Dragon City and entered the mountains. Qin Feiyang saw that there was no one around and took Fire Lotus and left the Black Tortoise world. He opened an altar and jumped up. Swish! Soon, the two of them arrived above a lake. The lake was dozens of miles in size and surrounded by steep mountains. The aura of berserk beasts was countless. However, the two of them didn't sense any berserk beast aura in the lake below. The lake was as clear as a mirror. The night breeze blew past, causing ripples to form on the surface of the lake. Qin Dage, although I didn't sense any berserk beast aura in the lake, I have a feeling that there is a pair of eyes watching us, Fire Lotus said in a deep voice. Is that so? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Fire Lotus nodded. Qin Feiyang scanned the surface of the lake. His dark eyes flickered with wisps of light. If Fire Lotus's feeling was right, then it was very likely to be the Black Dragon. In other words, there was no need to hide now. Boom! With that thought, his divine sense emerged from the top of his head and rushed towards the lake. Splash! However, before Qin Feiyang's divine sense entered the lake, a huge wave suddenly appeared in the middle of the lake. Following closely, A terrifying dragon aura rushed into the sky like a volcanic eruption. This is the aura of a half-step divine lord. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. What Hui said was true. This black dragon had the cultivation of a half-step divine lord. Roar! Accompanied by a loud dragon roar, a black dragon rushed out of the water and stopped in front of Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus. It's really a black dragon! Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. The black dragon in front of him was more than 10,000 feet long. Its scales were dense, like a majestic mountain range. Its eyes were as big as a dustpan, flashing with an astonishing ominous light. The black dragon stared at Qin Feiyang and shouted, "Human, what are you looking for by releasing your divine sense?" The voice was like a bell, shaking Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus. "I'm looking for you." Qin Feiyang laughed. The ominous light in the black dragon's eyes became stronger and stronger. "What are you looking for this emperor for? Do you want this emperor to be your mount? Or do you want this emperor's blood essence? Don't misunderstand." Qin Feiyang quickly waved his hand and said, "I'm here to confirm something with you." "Confirm something?" The black dragon was stunned. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the flame god power emerged, condensing into a figure. This person was Hui. Fire Lotus was puzzled. "Qin Dage, what do you mean by this? Hui has the black dragon's blood, which means he fought with the black dragon. But you also saw that Hui is only a war god at the Great Success stage, and the black dragon is a half-step divine lord. A war god at the Great Success stage can actually obtain dragon blood from a half-step divine lord black dragon. Don't you think it's strange?" Qin Feiyang thought. Fire Lotus was stunned. "So this is your purpose in coming to the Black Dragon Lake?" "Yes. The feeling Hui gives me is too special. It's familiar yet strange, so I want to understand his true strength." Qin Feiyang transmitted. Just as he finished speaking, Qin Feiyang noticed that the black dragon looked at Hui's figure with eyes full of fear and anger. Qin Feiyang said, "I want to know his strength." "You know him?" The black dragon didn't answer. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. The black dragon asked again, "Then what is your relationship with him? We can be considered friends." Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and said, "Friends," the black dragon murmured. Suddenly, his ferocious nature erupted. He raised his giant tail high and smashed it towards Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus like lightning. Qin Feiyang's expression changed. He quickly pushed Fire Lotus away with a palm and punched out. The power of the divine dragon surged out. Bang! Kacha! The giant tail and the fist collided. A world-destroying aura swept out in all directions like a tide. The surrounding mountains collapsed and the void shattered. Puff! At the same time, Qin Feiyang spat out a mouthful of blood. The skin on his arm was lacerated. His entire body was like a meteor as he smashed into the lake below. Chapter 1963. Qin Dage! Fire Lotus's expression changed as she looked down and shouted, "You greedy, stupid, despicable humans, don't even think about escaping today!" The black dragon roared angrily as it raised its tail again and charged towards Fire Lotus. "You dare to hurt Qin Dage, you're courting death!" Fire Lotus's hair fluttered in the wind, her eyes were cold, and her body emitted a murderous aura. Shwa! She took a step back and the power of the dead surged out like a tide towards the black dragon. "What kind of divine power is this?" The black dragon's pupils contracted. This divine power was actually able to ignore the defenses of the physical body and head straight for its sea of consciousness. "I want you to die!" Fire Lotus shouted coldly. "You!" A trace of disdain appeared in the black dragon's eyes as it roared and attacked the power of the dead. The power of the dead was immediately shattered. Fire Lotus's body trembled as she spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. After all, the black dragon was too strong, and Fire Lotus was only an early-stage war god. No matter how strong her power of the dead was, it was impossible for her to hurt the black dragon. And who will die? The black dragon's eyes were filled with murderous intent as its tail roared through the air and charged towards Fire Lotus. You dare to hurt her! But at this moment, a furious roar exploded in the lake. Following closely, a murderous aura rushed out of the lake like a volcano erupting. What? The black dragon looked at the lake in shock. It thought that this human had already died at the bottom of the lake, but it didn't expect him to still be alive. Voila! A huge wave rose up. Qin Feiyang held a blood-red sword as he charged out of the huge wave. His body was filled with murderous intent as he slashed towards the giant tail. What kind of divine weapon is this? The murderous aura is so terrifying! The black dragon's pupils contracted as divine power surged from its giant tail. With a deafening sound of wind and thunder, it charged towards Qin Feiyang. Humph! Qin Feiyang snorted coldly and didn't dodge. Clang! The blood-red sword struck the giant tail and sparks flew everywhere. The next moment, the dragon's scales on the giant tail were shattered into pieces. Immediately after, with a painful cry, the dragon's tail was cut off on the spot. Voila! Dragon blood poured out like a waterfall and dyed the void red. How is this possible? The black dragon fled into the distance and stared in shock at the blood-colored sword in Qin Feiyang's hand. Fire Lotus flew to Qin Feiyang's side and asked with concern, Qin Dage, are you all right? I'm fine. Why are you so impulsive? Qin Feiyang looked at her with dissatisfaction. I'm just angry. We're not here to take its divine soul. Why would it want to kill us? Fire Lotus said unhappily. What? You want to take this Emperor's divine soul? Black Dragon angrily said. I did have that thought. However, every mystical dragon is extremely rare. I really can't bear to see them like this. But now I've changed my mind. Today, I must take your divine soul. Because you've provoked me. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with blood-red light. The black dragon god panicked and said angrily, If you have the ability, put down the divine artifact in your hand. Divine artifact? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and said jokingly, If you have the ability, why don't you suppress your cultivation to the level of an early-stage war god? Okay. The black dragon agreed without hesitation and its cultivation rapidly plummeted. However, in the blink of an eye, it stabilized at the level of an early-stage war god. Aya! Qin Feiyang was surprised. He actually did that? Wasn't this guy a little too confident? Qin Feiyang also waved his hand and the blood-red sword dissipated. Dissipated? Is it not a divine artifact? The black dragon's eyes widened. Qin Feiyang swallowed a healing pill and snorted. Stop talking nonsense, let's fight! Swish! He took a step forward with an imposing aura. Wait! The black dragon's eyes widened again. It finally noticed the purple-golden dragon blood on Qin Feiyang's body. How could a human have dragon blood? What the hell? However, Qin Feiyang ignored it and slapped the black dragon's body. Roar! The black dragon let out a cry and its huge body was sent flying into the mountains outside the lake. Boom! The giant mountains crumbled immediately. The earth also sank and a deafening rumble sounded like thunder. Bastard, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? The black dragon got up and rushed into the sky and roared angrily. I told you, stop talking nonsense. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. Okay. If you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. The black dragon was furious. Its divine power turned into a giant wave that covered the sky and pounced towards Qin Feiyang. The corners of Qin Feiyang's lips curled up, and the divine dragon force formed by the purple-gold dragon chi surged out in all directions. Boom! The black dragon's divine power was instantly annihilated. What? The purple-golden dragon energy! The black dragon was dumbfounded again. Who was this person? Not only did he have the purple-golden dragon blood, but he also had the true purple-golden dragon energy. Could it be that he was not a human but a purple-golden dragon? Just as the black dragon was stunned, the purple golden dragon energy roared out and drowned it. Ah! A scream suddenly resounded through the night sky. The dragon scales on the black dragon's body cracked and shattered one by one. In the blink of an eye, the black dragon's entire body was badly mutilated. Boom! But suddenly, the black dragon's aura was fully released. Its cultivation instantly soared to a half-step divine lord. Then, that huge body directly crushed over. The power of the purple gold divine dragon immediately crumbled and ceased to exist. At the same time, a wisp of divine power flashed across the sky like lightning and swept towards Qin Feiyang's lower abdomen. It was a critical moment. Qin Feiyang's body tilted and that wisp of divine power immediately swept past his waist and tore a large piece of flesh. However, his lower abdomen and qi had escaped. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and looked at the wound on his waist, then raised his head and glared at the black dragon angrily. Do you want to say that I'm despicable? Hee hee. You're more despicable than me. The black dragon sneered. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. The black dragon said, the dignified purple golden dragon actually pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger, pretending to be a lowly human. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Did this black dragon think that his real body was the purple golden dragon? The purple golden dragon blood, the purple golden dragon energy, aren't these the best proof? You still don't admit it? The black dragon said angrily. Fine. As you said, I'm the purple golden dragon. Qin Feiyang grinned and teleported in front of the black dragon. Bastard, you still won't stop? The black dragon roared and spat out a mouthful of dragon breath, pouncing towards Qin Feiyang with an earth-shattering force. Give me a taste of my own medicine! Qin Feiyang slapped out with his palm, golden light surging from his palm. Boom! After a short stalemate, the dragon breath turned in the air and instantly drowned the black dragon. At that moment, the black dragon screamed. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. When the dragon breath dissipated, the black dragon was already on the verge of death. Qin Feiyang walked in front of the black dragon and said indifferently, Half-step divine lord, is only SOSO. What the hell is going on? The black dragon looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Half-step divine lord, although you haven't truly reached the divine lord realm, you're already not comparable to a war god. Normally speaking, with my cultivation, no matter how powerful the divine arts I have mastered, it's impossible for me to pose a threat to you. It's even more impossible for me to seriously injure you. But unfortunately, the divine arts I have mastered can ignore the barrier of the major realm. Qin Feiyang sneered. Ignore the barrier of the major realm. Hearing this, the black dragon's heart was in turmoil. There was actually such a divine art in the world? Are you convinced? Qin Feiyang asked. No. This emperor hasn't activated his battle soul yet. If you have the ability, wait for this emperor to recover from his injuries and fight again? The black dragon said angrily. Qin Feiyang said, For a defeated opponent, I don't want to waste any more time. The black dragon was stunned for a moment, then immediately burned with anger and roared. Bastard, is there a need to humiliate this emperor like this? This is the truth, how can it be called humiliation? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. The black dragon was so angry that he was about to go crazy. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, This emperor's skills are inferior, I admit defeat. If you want to kill me, then come. You have quite a backbone. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Humph! The black dragon snorted from his nose, closed his eyes, and quietly waited for death. But after waiting for a while, he didn't hear Qin Feiyang's movements, so he opened his eyes suspiciously. When he saw Qin Feiyang at this time, he was stunned. At this moment, Qin Feiyang was crossing his arms in front of his chest, and he had no intention of killing him. Didn't you want to take this emperor's divine soul? Why don't you do it? The black dragon raised his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, I changed my mind again, can I? You really changed your mind. Then tell me, what do you want to do? The black dragon asked. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and Hui Yi's shadow appeared again. The black dragon's eyes surged with anger. Qin Feiyang said, "His strength, how is it?" The black dragon frowned and said, "Aren't you his friend? You still don't know? I ask you answer. If you dare to say another word of nonsense, then I will really take your divine soul." Qin Feiyang said. The black dragon's pupils shrank and said, "This person's cultivation is the same as yours, a low-level war god, but his methods are very terrifying, not inferior to yours." "Not inferior to me?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "Yes. Half a month ago, he accidentally came here and discovered this emperor's existence. At that time, seeing that he was only a low-level war god, this emperor didn't take him seriously. But after fighting with him, this emperor found out that he was a bastard who pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger." The black dragon gritted his teeth and said, "What did he do to you to make you hate him so much?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Although he didn't kill this emperor, he plundered this emperor's treasures. Those treasures were all painstakingly accumulated by this emperor. He didn't even leave a copper coin for this emperor. Don't you think he's too much?" The black dragon roared angrily. Qin Feiyang was stunned. So it was for the treasures. Fire Lotus walked over, looked at the black dragon and asked, "Then do you know his identity?" "I don't know. If I knew, this emperor would have already dug up the graves of his 19 generations of ancestors." The black dragon coldly snorted. Fire Lotus couldn't help but bitterly smile. How much did he hate Hui to say such ruthless words? The black dragon said, "In short, if you're not familiar with him, then you have to be careful of him." Qin Feiyang thoughtfully thought for a while and said with a smile, "Thank you for the reminder. There's one more question. Where can I find the Reaper's Fruit and Ghost Wood in this Heavenly Dragon Mountain range?" "Reaper's Fruit? Ghost Wood?" The black dragon was slightly stunned, looked around and said in a low voice, "Heavenly Dragon Mountain range doesn't have it, but there's definitely a place that has it." "Where?" Qin Feiyang hurriedly asked. "You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.